I also want to quickly do a number of introductions. We have in our midst the ward councillor of Ward 5, Councillor Khafela, Emelanda de Khafela ba o bone setjhaba se o bone o ba dumedise.
Dumelang bagaetsho.
Mara ke re mo re ka mora Ward 6, so mo councillor wa Ward 6 o re kopile o rona le kopano ko Kempton Park. He will join in during the course of the day. So we'll welcome him as soon as he also arrives. Do we have other councillors in our midst? Ke kopa re ba bone le bona re ba acknowledge. Our councillors. Melindui. Okay. Oh, aku bone emela la mona Melindui. Arren shine. Yeah. Do we have our community workers in our midst? Bade, Emelandre Lewon. Okay, so we also wanted to acknowledge him. And then Renale Mahoshi Arun. Hey, Abe, how do medicine Bohoshi, Utswanzo Emel, like it? Bohoshi, I would medicine wounds in Mofans. So, Radole Wabohoshi Baruna Bolinting for taking a keen interest. So, Emma Hoshi Baleting Lerona Radia, Renale Mat, or Ganete Musevetsoro Wezang. Is also been recognized. So, Kerato Leboa, handwriting, Mutona Walamo, Hoshu, handwriting is bad. Ukwezi Ngosi, Squalana, Nge, I get the word pronounce as in. Okay. Irrefable Hoshi, a microphone. Where's the microphone? My brother, refer key microphone. Bohoshi bigitsi se semmuso.
Ndaba ezitha ngiyabingelela ngaphakathi siyabonga umgcini isihlalo nebandla lonke nanonke inkosi inibusise.
Norle wile ndaba ezitha. So re tlo samulela ka lenaneo la rona ke. Already necessarily to medicine. So we want to start with our first hearing. But maybe before then, maybe just to give a quick overview on the work that we do. We already will have tried to explain earlier on. But there was a lot of a movement. There was a lot of movement. But maybe I must also raise one of our own, who's also a member of the provincial legislature, but given additional responsibilities. Lay in our midst the MEC of community safety. Ke mme o lo reng wa itsa le thata ke mme o lo reng o thusana le bo mme ba bang in our different communities. So she's not strange, neither is she a stranger to any community. I know she knows the community of Tembisa quite well. Ke batlo memelisa me Faith Masibuko. La mitsa kere. Ke mme o lo reng ha re mollela re batho ba Tembisa balla. She leaves everything and says, let me go and hear the people of Tembisa. So this is the kind of a servant that she is. So we really want to appreciate the MEC, your presence today. Of course, she's not alone, but in a brief while, we'll introduce those that are accompanying her. Koma thomo re tlhalose process ya di petition or our provincial parliament has got a system. E re bitsang re ke the petitions process, where every single resident in our province, when they experience a service delivery frustrations, they can be able to write for free. For free. You download the form from our website, which is the GPL, and then you send it back via an email. You don't even have to come and submit it physically. But we are also working on a process of creating what we call an e-petition system, where you can submit the petition via your smartphones. I think in the next 3 weeks, we will be launching the e-petitions system. And so we want to encourage all of you that instead of organizing protests, when you feel that you may be failed in respect of a service delivery challenges, you rather leverage the use of the petition system. Because in that way, it becomes easier for you to be heard. So the petitions platform, if you will, also gives you a voice to be able to speak to those who hold the responsibility in several departments, whether in the municipality or whether in the province. In other instances, there could be an issue that you may want to raise that goes above the mandate of the province. And I will give an example. So somebody might raise an issue. And you will see it, it's going to feature with one of the petitions that we are going to deal with. Somebody might raise an issue. We need centers of science, of indigenous knowledge systems. And when you look at the departments that we have and the mandate that they carry, you may find that that issue might not necessarily fit in with either of the departments. But that it might be a national competence, so it might be something a national department is responsible for. So in that case, we don't throw away your petition. In our parliament, national, the National Council of Provinces. So when you have raised that kind of an issue, we escalate it with our representatives in the National Council of Provinces, which is one of the branches of parliament. I get there are two. We've got the National Assembly, the other one is the National Council of Provinces. So Gauteng has got a number of representatives. And those representatives will take your petition, engage the relevant minister at that level, so that your petition can be responded to. So we want you to understand the petitions process. It is only through the petitions process that a petitioner can be able directly to interact with MEC Mazibuko on the petition that they will have written. It doesn't happen any other way. The petitions committee is also given power, so we are given a number of powers. Ndate Bradley Ratumbu knows these powers very well. We've got the powers to summon anybody we want to summon. So we can summon a councillor, we can summon an MMC, we can summon a mayor, we can summon a city manager, we can summon an MEC, we can summon an HOD, we can even summon the premier. So that is the power that the petitions committee has. If when we summon all of these people, they don't make a showing, we can also subpoena them. Again, we can subpoena them in terms of the Petitions Act. And if they still do not appear before the committee, failure to appear, it's an offense. And the penalty for this offense can be a fine determined by the court or a sentence not exceeding 12 months. So like matla committee a tseneletse. So if una lo ka re ngwa re tshwenya, when we deal with your petition, we just subpoena them. If they don't make a showing, we can process them as such. Either they pay a fine or they go in language in prison. So that is how the petitions committee functions. So I quickly want us to take our hearings, but I want to explain the process. So the process will work this way. We are going to call our first petitioners, or petition rather, to come and sit on our right. So there's a table on the right, and then we'll call the relevant authority to sit on the table on the left. Then we are going to present the summary of the petition as was submitted with us. Then we are going to ask the petitioner to confirm the accuracy of the contents of the summary. If they are agreeable on their accuracy, then the relevant authority or department will give a report on how they will have processed the petition. And then we'll have a discussion. Where we are not happy, we'll indicate, or we are not happy with the report, it needs to be improved, and then we'll come up with a time frame, again, a reasonable time frame. And then we step off that petition. So these petitions were not raising new issues. If you had written a petition to us about a clinic, when we asked you today about confirmation, you don't say, no, we also want the hospital. We just focus on what you will have written to us. So let's call our first petition. Okay, I'm also requested that you sign the registers which have been circulated. So if you can sign all those registers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. May I request Ntater Riabutsa Masha, who is representing the committee from Beach Acres regarding a police station, to come forward. Ntate Masha. Chair, the first petition that we are going to focus on, it's a request for a satellite police station, Beach Acres Ward 13, registration number PP30C 1122CS. And in attendance on behalf of the committees is Ntate Masha, who is an adult male who resides at 5233, submitting this petition on behalf of the Committee of Ward 13. The petitioner alleges that they have consistently been reporting the lack of development in the area to the municipality since 2012. However, there have been no response, nor have their issues been addressed. He further alleges that the official
Can you,
complaints-
maybe just hold on. Can you all see on your screens? We may have to enlarge it. I think it's a bit, because people who are seated at the back, they may not be able to see it. Can you all see? Yeah, I think it's okay. You can see it now. Okay, sure.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, the Bontate Masha have submitted a number of petitions that talks to a number of issues. But to be specific with this one is simply requesting for a satellite police station. It was adopted by the committee chair, and then it was further referred to the Department of Community Safety on the 12th of June 2022 for considerations and response. As we are convening here, Chair, we are therefore expecting a report in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
So thank you very much for that. Masha. Ntate Masha, just to give us an indication on whether you are confirming. Ke bona di-petitioners. Petitioner ka, o le introduce mo brigadier. Yeah, can't be my gets all di bereka. Ali di tested before meeting will start. So long, let me also introduce Brigadier Hendricks, as well as General Hendricks
and Brigadier Ben.
and Brigadier Bender. La bona hore ke le tliseditse matona. A ga tlisa bo lieutenant. Brigadier and a general. As it constable, la la bona. Yeah, so that is how serious we take you. Okay, Ntate Masha.
So I'm here also from the checkers. Thank you very much.
You are confirming the petition, the contents.
Yeah, the petition, the way it is, I'm a little bit concerned somehow because he mentioned the issue of satellite police station. Your program mentioned the issue of clinic. Our member mentioned 3 other things in addition to what has been mentioned.
Yeah, we have amended the program slightly. We have started with a number 2. So we now want to deal with the issue of the police station, Beach Acres.
Yes, it's one of our needs. We really need
Okay.
satellite police station.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. There's confirmation to that effect. Maybe at this moment, let me request the Brigadier to give us an overview.
Good morning, good morning, Chairperson, good morning, MEC, and the rest of the select committee members of the Petition Committee. My name is Major General Colin Hendricks. I'm from the provincial office, and I represent the Provincial Commissioner for Gauteng Police today. With me is my colleague. He's the subject matter expert on the creation and the process as to how we undertake.
Yeah, maybe just hold on.
There's a lot of
There's a lot of whispers in our midst. And unfortunately, we are going to miss some of the critical points that are going to be raised. We requested earlier on that let's behave as if we're in the legislature itself. So please, let's minimize the movement and the whispers. If you want to have a meeting, please excuse us. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As I was trying to say, the formation of a satellite police station is a process that starts unfold from the local level. It goes up to the provincial level and it finally ends up at the national level. During the process, it is done by scientific formulas. We also engage with the communities. We engage with all the role players within the identified area, and including the representatives, local, provincial, and up until the approval is granted from the national office. Chairperson, at this stage, I'm going to hand over to Brigadier Bender, as I indicated. He is the subject expert in this field. He will done what is called in the work environment as the work study, the feasibility study. He'll explain those terminologies so that the communities can understand. So when they are engaged, they know the purpose and what is required from them. So at the end of the day, we have all the critical, relevant, material information required so that the final decision makers at national level can take the appropriate decision. So at this stage, I will hand over to my colleague. He will be leading this process, and he will be given regular feedback from the provincial office via the MEC's office to your committee chairperson. Thank you. Brigadier Bender.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, MEC, members of the community. I think Major General Hendricks nearly covered the whole process. Let me just give feedback what will happen as we have received this knowledge of this petition via your committee the day before yesterday. From my office, in the office of the Provincial Commissioner, the process is that we will register what is called a work study investigation, or then in more common terms, a feasibility study. That feasibility study will commence with a consultation of the relevant role players. That includes then our CPF, the applicable ward councillors, also maybe the petitioner as well as the station and district management, to determine the feasibility of establishing such a service point and what comes with it in terms of resources, budget and the like. When this process is finalized, a report is then written.
Sorry, Brigadier, you are moving very fast. Yes, move at the slowest of the slowest pace. If you can try, yeah, remove your headphones so that, okay, and practice a bit slower.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want the community of Tembisa to understand. So if we can simplify it, or what is the position of subs around the erection of a police, what do you call satellite police stations? Because I know it's an issue that has been resurfacing in different parts of the province, So we would want you to assist us to have a greater understanding of what is the position.
Thank you, Chair and MEC. Yes, let me try and be slower in terms of my explanation. The establishment of a satellite or a service point, we call it a service point because it can be either a mobile service point, it can be what we call a fixed contact point that is of brick and mortar, or it can be a fully fledged police station. Before that process can unfold, there needs to be a study undertaken to get all the facts and then also get input from all the role players. That include then the community in that area, in this instance it is in Birch Acres, to get the input from that community via the ward councillors and also then the CPF. That area currently is policed by Norcom Park Police Station. So we will also engage the management of that police station. In my office, we have what we call an OD practitioner, that is people that has been trained to conduct these feasibility studies. When we do this study, we understand that the establishment of any service point needs money and it needs resources. That is what the report is all about, to determine, is it feasible establishing a satellite there? What is the proximity to existing police stations of service point? What is the accessibility of the community? What is the crime in that area? All these factors are then taken into consideration. When the consultation process has been finalized, a report is then drawn from all these information with a recommendation in the report, taking into consideration all the factors. And that report is then tabled to the provincial management and the provincial commissioner for a decision, pending on the recommendations of the report. If the report recommends that such a station should, or such a satellite or service point must be established, then it will follow the normal procuring and budgeting processes, because we would understand that, as I indicated, should the report indicate yes, there should be another service point, that needs resources, it needs human resources, it needs physical resources, and obviously then the finance. Should the report indicate that it is not feasible, there should be other recommendations to improve then the current services of safety and policing in that area. But that is why I say all these factors are taken into consideration with the inputs from everybody. A report is drawn, a recommendation is made, and then the provincial commissioner will have, or he has the authority delegated to him to then approve the recommendations, not to approve the recommendations, or give further directives in terms of how the situation should be solved and addressed. Thank you, Chair. Does it make sense?
Okay. So thank you very much for that. Is it Brigadier? Brigadier Bender. I'm not sure, let me see whether you might still want to come in. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Ngibingelele abahlali, ngibingelele namakhansela akhona namhlanje. Maybe we need to check, Brigadier. I'm not seeing. So the nearest police station in Seviswa yini baba? In Nokem Park, not Rabasotho. Yes. Did you invite the CPF? What we'll do, kukhona noxaba la Xaba Sukuma, is the director here, Chairperson, and Ekuruleni. So what we'll do, Chair, as nabahlali, ukuze sifune futhi enye indlela, tsela engwe ya go kgona go le thusa, because Nokem Park is how many kilometers from Beach Acres? Just under 5 kilometers. So studies, Chairperson, when a place is less than 5 kilometers from a police station, bavamise ukuthi aba encourage ukuvula a police station, bathatha ukuthi uyakhona ukufika police station. But the challenge is that when criminals harass our communities, the very same police, they take time to respond. You wait for police kuze kubuye uJesu. Uyoze uphume wena uhamba uye police station. Kinidi, are you on channel 1? You are listening to me, Maphoyisa. It's about 2.3 kilometers. 5 kilometers, 2.3, depends ukuthi uhamba ngani. So usually studies, they will then, after they've been done, if kuyabonakala ukuthi police station, you are able to go there, it's easier. So, but what we'll do as further work that we are doing as the department, remember we are now focusing on ward-based policing. Ward-based policing. That is why so one assessing ne team yama men and women esbabiz guti ama crime prevention wardens. Ninan babiz guti ama panyapany. Now in each and every ward, Chairperson, we are putting together teams that will then work in those wards. Ngoba ukumela i-feasibility study, le sekgowa se sengatanyana se se utlwileng a bua ka sona Brigadier Penda, ho tla be ha shapa 2025 or 2030, iso fihle ntho eno e re kgopelang. Empa, as part and parcel of what you call integrated law enforcement, le force multiplier, Chairperson. That is why in each and every area there are security companies. Now we are working very closely with those security companies, and we are deploying Metro Uteng at local level, and also as a department there is CPF. So Ukaba, what he will do, he will also go and engage the CPF here in Nokem Park to see who rebako sector bani. Because in some areas, ha go na le mall kapa shopping center, ba na le go refa space sa gore re bule what you call a contact point. So where as community you are able to leo certify, lilo bula di docket, lilo etsa eng kapa eng e tlhokang ho etsa ko police station. And all these security companies, CPF, ganye nama crime prevention wardens, babanali a point where when you need them, you just press. We're also going to roll out, Chairperson, the e-panic buttons, so that umuntu no muntu abe ne panic button leyo. So we should ifaka a phone in yakho. Now we offer nje, the nearest security company or the nearest crime prevention warden, they will respond and come and attend to your complaint or whatever it is that you might be reporting. So, whilst they go and do the feasibility study, feasibility study, Runa as a stopgap measure, as the department working together with the CPF and the Metro and the SAPS in Noken Park, will pull all those resources for them to actually be able to be there. So what we'll do, Chair, I'm sure there's a community forum about Picture Acres. Once Okaba has met with the CPF and identified a spot where security companies or the CPFs can be able to work from, we'll then report back to the community. Chair, we commit that. Give us about 2 weeks. Right now, timelines, 2 weeks. Give us about 2 weeks. Then the community will be given the feedback of what it is that we have established, so that the community of each acres leona ikhone hubanali access high bita abakasidlodlo to actually come and assist them. But what Brigadier Penda was also explaining is so that then we understand as communities that how Hloka satellite police station, it takes a bit longer. As satellite police station, Bashali, they are also dangerous for the police themselves. Remember, about as Petro Amapois. So, umangabi satellite police station, ivulwa endaweni. Its disadvantage yakona is that it is only available during the day. At night, it's not available because then, iyavala ngoba mapoisa, bapete into efuna noma ubani le basuke bayigaxile la. So when people attack a police station, basuke befuna logo kungaphakathi, which will be the guns of the police. So as and when things improve, they are able to secure it. That is when at some stage it becomes a fully fledged police station that people are able to utilize. So ngithemba ukuthi logo esikupresenta kini bahlali nizokwamukela and masebenzisaneni to ensure that our communities become safer. Also through the Department of eGov, we're also rolling out our CCTV cameras, so that then it becomes you as community that assist and point our hotspots. La tshwantse re lo e beya ko teng, because then it tla kgona ho capture dinto ubugebengu obuzabe benzakala lapho. So through Ukaba again, you'll also make those submissions ukuthi where our hotspots at Beach Acre, so that as we also roll out our CCTV cameras, we're also able to mount them in areas that are problematic to the community, but over and above, bringing all together the law enforcement agencies to be able to fight crime within our communities. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Chairperson, for it too.
No, thank you very much, MEC, but also to Major General as well as the Brigadier. Let me check with you. Can I relate that man? I got not recorded le Masha.
Teacher, Seletisha.
Senetisha or Senetisha. So these are Senetisha. Eh? Or Seletisha. Oh, sorry. Let me check with you. So these are the report that is being presented on this issue of a request to have a satellite police station. I'll tell you, and maybe this is something that might not have been explained thoroughly. The uniqueness of the situation, and this is where most of the communities would experience these frustrations, is that we've got a department that we call a community safety. But you'll also remember that SAPS is a distinct organ on its own, you know, which is in the main coordinated from national, not necessarily at the level of the province. And that is why the MEC will have deemed it fit that as she comes, she also extends an invite to SAPS itself. And of course, you have got a provincial commissioner, you know, and there would be an office. And so the community safety department in the province is not in any way responsible, you know, for operational buildings where police stations, you know, would be located. Neither are they responsible for the building of police stations, you know, so they don't enter that space. They develop a crime prevention strategies and all of those things. And of course, there's a central coordination with a number of, you know, law enforcement agencies. I mean, in municipalities, you will have your EMPD in Ikuruleni, Joburg, JMPD, Tshwane, TMPD, and the likes. And the addition now is at the crime wardens. So there's a greater coordination around that. But in essence, the department is not responsible for any decision-making processes related to buildings of a police stations. And hence that process that was explained, that there would have to be a formal process followed, you know, after assessments have been made. I mean, they call them a feasibility studies on whether it would be warranted to have a police station in the Beach Acres, you know. So I thought maybe let me explain that part. But having said all of these things, Brigadier, and the MEC will have committed to a time frame of 2 weeks, you know, that within the next 2 weeks, you think collectively that at least there could be some work done. We're not necessarily saying there will be a satellite police station within 2 weeks, but an assessment of the kind of interventions that can be employed to sort of discourage the manifestation of a crime in the area. And of course, the director is also there. What might have to be done as well is to look into the functionality of the CPFs in the area, you know, so that we have got a much more comprehensive response to these issues, whilst we are still awaiting that process. But maybe let me give you so that you can also interact with the reports. You will tell us areas that you think you might not be covered on, or other suggestions that you might possibly have.
Thank you. From where I am, I'm just embarrassed, if not ashamed. You check our memorandum, our petition, since 2005, we've been shutting down the whole area, doing all those type of things. It's only now whereby we are going to be told by feasible studies and all those type of things. Good people, somehow, I think we are not taken seriously. You check our memorandum, 2014 we forwarded a memorandum, 2016 we forwarded, 2018 and 2020. We have been forwarding all these memorandums. But only now, 2023, 1st of September, talking about feasible studies, how many people have we lost there? How many assets have been lost there? Bichekas is turning into chaos. Thank you, MEC. Let me commend you for what you said. At least there's something tangible there. We are also the members of the CPF. We are under Sector 4 in Noken Park. You combine all the sectors and all the areas under Noken Park. There's no area that is more dangerous than our area. It's bad. It's bad. 2 days ago, my neighbor lost a buggy. I'm not talking about the lives that we have lost there. I'm not talking about the people are even forced to sell their properties because of crime. It's turning into something else. And as I'm alluded already, 2005 is now we talk about feasibility studies. I strongly believe this is not a good story to tell. I don't even think I can take this to the community of Bichekas and tell them that this is the answer. I don't know what to say. I don't know. We have lost people there. My personal friend was killed in front of his gate. Killed, is buried. How many people are raped there? I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Ndate, watch me. Ndate, you don't want to say anything. Are you fine? Remo. Is he okay?
Ke a le dumedisa baduti kaofela. Nna ka lebitso ke Simon Phahlane. Ke modudi wa Betchakras. Ntho e bolelang ke my leader is true. Hore na since re senda the report, I mean the grievances, is then how ibang wana bya no ra arabiwang now. So I do not want to make to say many things because dintho tse ngata o di boletse ne re khopela gore badudi ba rona I mean the leaders tsa rona go dimo kwa di re tsele serious anyway because Betchakras is not a safe place to stay for us. For no, we need a police station or a satellite. It's because when we check there by Noken Park police station, that police station, they said to us they've got only one buggy to serve all Betchakras, Noken Park, Etlin, and so forth. So, once the fella obitama they can even respond by the following day. Most of the time, if Brigadier, he can just pay a visit to Betchakras and have a meeting with the community of Betchakras, he will be shocked. Arere maponisa rona ha sebetsi. Re na bagi e1 mo police station ya Noken Park. It can serve the area yela, the whole of Betchakras, the whole of Noken Park, Etlin. That place is quite big. For rega sevu age bagi e1. Kausane, we the people of Betchakras, then it becomes funny to the police. Or no, you need not have to do that. Because kekabaka lahore, the other thing, when they say call the police, if someone come into your house, therefore, if you might have a plan to fight back, the police will come and arrest. They said, no, we're supposed to call us. TV, but call the police. But by that time, you don't have anything to do. But they said, call the police. So, if ever they can consider our request, then maybe we'll say no, le re thusa. Thanks a lot.
Norle Wheeler, Ndate Pash. I want to, and I sympathize with the issues that the partial and that the Silitisha are raising. Because in reality, the issue of crime has now manifested itself across all of our communities. There's no single community that can ever claim or they are immune from crime. Again, even when you have got a police station, it doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be crime in that area. And we have seen the kind of structures that you belong to, your CPFs, need to be made much more functional and resourced, Brigadier. It is only through our communities involving themselves in crime prevention activations or programs can we push back against these criminals, you know? Because when members of the community disengage themselves, criminals organize. Unfortunately, criminals organize themselves, even more better than our communities do. And so we really want to encourage our people to find ways around the converging so that we build up activities, programs, we come up with strategies on how to protect our communities. And of course, that has to be done in collaboration with the SAPS itself. So Brigadier, I also want to request, in respect of this petition, that maybe let's pay that police station in Nokem Park a visit. Because if there's a claim that we only have got one bag, I mean, surely that is a disservice to the community, you know. Let's also investigate, you know, the causal factors around why that specific police station is so under-resourced. Because, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It lends itself into all kinds of a dysfunctionality. I'm not sure, MEC, whether you may want to say something as we wrap up on this one.
No, let's appreciate, we'll continue engaging. Kaba here will also do an unannounced visit to the police station, Chair, so that then he gets exactly what resources do we have in that police station, so that that meeting in 2 weeks' time, when we meet with the leaders in that community, they will direct us where we can meet. We'll also give feedback on even the issue of resources of the police station. We'll also bring the station itself and the station management to also come and account to the community on issues of why have they neglected the community of Beach Acres. We definitely do apologize to the community. Highly tabata 2005, nkasibuele baba pele haka ngwaneso. Na ke kene maoba fela. At least re eme ka maoto re zama o thusa. Ba no ba gale ba no ko re ba dinkile ba di bea di filing ba thola ba re tu, at least rona re emeletse re a kwishisha gore bonneteng botlokotsebe bo iphile matla ka nnete le re ineleng matsogo metsing labo se ba xolisela labo ena nika ama petition ekudala. You must appreciate ukuthi thina at least sisukumile. We work under the provincial government, under Papa Action Panyaza Lusufi. Kuyasheshwa lapha yana. Yingakho sisheshile nathi sezalana. No chairperson lana nakathi tswe sithi how high. Yingakho sihlezi lana baba. Siyabonga kakhulu.
So thank you very much. Are tlwele monta desilitisha. So we're going to expect that report. I usually work through written reports. I may have made an exemption only for today because I understood the pressures of the interactions between the department as well as the SAPS, you know. But in the next 2 weeks, let's get an updating report so that we can also share that the Masha. I get the petition against that the Masha. We only just allowed that the Silitisha and that the Pasha to stand in on their behalf. But we will interact with the Masha as well to give a formal, we want a formal signed report updating us on the efforts that will be undertaken. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pasha Brigadier, Major General. Title is serious, man. Major General, Brigadier, and then when how can I?
Soon Lieutenant Major General.
Lieutenant Major General. So thank you very much.
Chairperson, 1 minute.
Yes, yes.
Rabasotho Mashao. Kilina lagare. Thank you, Papa.
Oh, Mashao, that's the Mashao.
Kamoki Patlani.
Oh, not Pasha.
Kiti title loje.
It's an elite.
Yena ke mang?
Silly dish. That's the Mashao. It's an elite good. So thank you very much to our petitioners. We are going to excuse you, MEC. We can excuse you. I know I summoned you. You were another activity, so it's okay. So thank you very much for that. Let's take Ntate Silitisha, Ntate Patlane, le Ntate Masha. Oh, Garlabu. Again, you wrote a singular petition but raising different issues. So we want different authorities to respond to those different issues.
Yeah.
So long, let's, as we settle down, we want to present the summary. That is it. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. The second one, it's a request, Chair, for a clinic from the very same area, that is Beach Class Ward 13, registration number PP27C 1122. The petitioner would be Ntate Mashao, who is currently represented by Ntate Silitisha here, who would have raised a number of issues, and amongst those issues, one is a request for a clinic. The petition was before the committee chair for consideration and adoption. It was deliberated on and then further than that adopted. And then on the 12th of June 2022, it was referred to the department for consideration and responses. Chair, there is a report that the department has forwarded. Representative from the department will talk to that report. Thanks, Chair.
So let's get who from the municipality? Or is it the department? The provincial? Provincial Department of Health. So there's a request for a clinic. So in that Silitisha, maybe let's redo that process as well, of you confirming this part.
Yes.
Because we don't want the distortions. Yeah. Are you confirming it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This clinic is one of our requirements. Thank you. Our needs.
Okay. So thank you very much. If you can introduce yourselves, and then the head of the delegation can then present the report from the department.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you've given us. My name is Magoro, Terence Magoro. I'm responsible for operations in Gauteng Department of Health. We also have colleagues from the district and from the municipality. I'm just going to hand the mic over to them so that they can introduce themselves as well. Let's start with Mr. Choma.
Thank you very much, Chair, and members of the committee and members of the community. My name is Simon Choma. I'm the acting chief director from Ekurhuleni Health District. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the community. My name is Thelma Nekumbe. I'm the senior manager in the primary health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, members of the community. So we are going to start with our report, the report that has been prepared. But before I do that, Chair, I would like to apologize on behalf of the head of the department who has not been able to be here, including the MEC for Health and Wellness in Gauteng Province. They are currently attending to a matter that relates to the fire incident that we have had yesterday. There are quite a number of people who have demised, others are being cared for in our hospitals. So they are at the moment arranging a prayer service which will take place at Deep Kloof Mortuary in line with the families who will be coming through to view the deceased. But we are going to start with the presentation. I would like to firstly acknowledge and confirm, Chair, that we are very much aware of the petition that is currently at hand. It's a petition that relates to a request for a clinic at Bichekas. I would like to quickly provide a brief background in relation to our district in Ekurhuleni. We are one of the 3 metro regions that we have in the province, the other 2 being Tshwane and the city of Johannesburg. And Ekurhuleni as a district has an estimated population of about majority of those people are uninsured, and they therefore rely a lot on services that are provided by government. So if we can move on to the next slide, Chair, we are aware that Bichekas falls within Ward 13, and Riatsiba or Ward 13 Kaufela, which is situated in the northern region, ya Ekurhuleni, Ahuna clinic ko Ward 13. Leona Harlibeletsi service delivery area ya North Kaufela. When we are counting north, Rilebeletsi Utswako Kempton Park right through to more Linkote Inko Tembisa. Renali population efitlang 1.1 million. Population fela yako Bichekas yonaki just 6,732. Bichekas liona lihari buletsi ore ward ena aina clinic. Fela I gaufi le di clinic tse tshwanang le Esangweni, which is a community health center, operating for 24 hours. Baduli ba mo Tembisa ba itse ba hantle Esangweni. Fela ka ntle ya Esangweni re na le Itireleng clinic. We also have Bechley North clinic. The next slide talks to just the background bontang the petition itself. We don't need to go into that. But what we can mention, go slide se latelang, Chair, ke hore ha re lebeletse population e ke boletseng le yona mo re ka lebella hore on average at the end of the month, how many people do we see across each of the 3 clinics tse ke boletseng ka tsona? Le tla bona Esangweni ka hore re boletse hore yona I operator for 24 hours, e kgona ho bona batho ba fitlang 11,000 ka kgwedi. Itireleng yona e kgona ho bona 6,376. Bechley yona ke e nyane e kgona ho bona 3,410. And re a confirm hape, Chairperson, hore initially many years back there has been a request ya hore Ward 13 ena ya go Bichekas e tshwantse e be le clinic e agwang mo, but fela re tla tsena ko tabeng after re boletse hore even the site that was initially identified which was therefore never implemented. It's a site which the original plan had been for us to move Bechley North Clinic ka hore le yona ke e nyane e ye ko Ward 13 ko Bichekas. Next slide I bulela ka taba ya di distances ka hore ha re tshwantse re ire clinic or re age clinic e ntšha a re lebelele fela population ya hore re na le batho ba bakae ba dulang ko plekeng e tsileng fela. We also have to check radius ke distance e leng ona between batho ba ko Bichekas le di clinic tse leng gaufi le bona. So re bereka ka radius ya 5 kilometers o tshwana hanyane le Sponisa. So runa we have already done work, a lot of work in relation to this. So really ra lebella pleke ya Bichekas are distance ya utsa ko Bichekas o ya ko Esangweni clinic which operates for 24 hours per day. How long is it? It's only 4.1 kilometers. So re a kgona bona hore 4.1 kilometers I wela ka mohare ya 5 kilometers. Raya hape ko Itireleng clinic. Ra kreya hore distance e leng hona ke 4.4 kilometers, which is also within a 5 kilometer radius. But fela Itireleng clinic yona I bereke for 24 hours. I bereka from 8 to 4:30. Leona Yabula lika Saturday from 8 to 2. Bechley North yona 4.5 kilometers utswa go Bechekas. So if we can turn on to the next slide, Bechekas, which is Ward 13, inali the clinic tse which are currently providing services to it. Leona, irile a plan ya refer Bechekas a mobile clinic. So mobile clinic ena ia ko Bechekas ka Laboraro le lengwe just once a week. We have also noted awalikana ore Bechekas ibe fela li mobile clinic re be re felletse hona mo. Re tshwantse re bone ore re lokise taba ya ore ho be le di ablution facilities, the toilets which can be used ka bakudi ba rona ha ba tla ko mobile clinic ena e berekang ko parking. So we have already written a letter hona jwale to our sister department ya park ko Ekurhuleni hore ba kgone re thusa ka mobile unit eo. But if there is no movement on that side, we will ensure that we provide a mobile toilet from the district. Ntho engwe hape e re ka e bolelang ke hore clinic ena ya mobile clinic ya rona e leng ko parking ko Bechekas e bona about 70 patients per visit. Ora hore ka Laboraro on average batho ba yang ko clinic ke batho ba 70. So re lebeletse hore le ha nomoro ena ya 70 ile e nyane che. I think there is a need for us to increase the access. So re tla ira hore mobile unit ena iska ya ko Bechekas only once a week, at least twice in a week. Ntho ya bobedi e re tlo irang hape che ke hore re na le program ya rona e re bitsang CCMDD. I'm sure batho ba bantsi le a tseba ka yona. Program ena re ira hore batho ba rona kaofela ba tseyang chronic medication ya tshwana le ya bo diabetes, ya tshwana le ya bo hypertension or high blood pressure le tse dingwe. If ba le stable ba sa kuli, re a kgona ba fa di multi-month script or ba ska thola ba ya ko clinicing every month, or ba ka kgona hore ba ye ko clinicing just once in 3 months or once in 6 months. So we are going to also improve specifically on this program ha re lebeletse Bechekas or re ska neha baduli ba rona burden ya hore ba ye ko clinicing if ho sina tlhokeho. Ntho engwe hape ya botlhokwa ke hore ke boletse hore re tla improve access ka hore re allocate letsatsi le lengwe hape hore clinic ya rona mobile unit ya rona e yang ko Bechekas ko parking e tla ya habedi ko bekeng. Ke kopa o ema hona mo chairperson, but I'm going to allow both Ntate Choma le Mene Kumbe who are a lot more closer to the facility le bona ba fe the inputs tsa bona. Thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair, once more. No, I think my leader, Mr. Magoro, has covered everything. So, in addition, Chair, what we intend doing is to also go and visit the area, and I think we'll also engage with the petitioners so that whatever we do, we are with them all the time. I think one of the issues, the mobile that we are providing sometimes hide the resources like shortage of medication. We are committing, Chair, that we are going to be an analysis in relation to the items that they are supposed to be having and make sure that we capacitate the mobile that we are currently utilizing as a district. So I think Chair will also look at that, because the main complaint also was, yes, the refer mobile clinic, but how are the resources? So we'll look at that and make sure that we strengthen and capacitate that.
Thank you very much, my leaders. I believe that my leaders has explained everything, most of the things that needs to be explained. Just as Mr. Choma, I will say we are going to engage with the community more as we have done before, but we have made efforts before as to ensure as to how do we provide services to that area. This is the reason why we ended up replacing mobile at the park. The unfortunate park here mobile has other points too. That is why it's sadly to Beach Acres 5 days in a week. It are only on a Wednesdays, because there are also other communities that are requesting mobiles. So as the chief has already explained, we'll make effort so that the mobile Beach Acres twice a week, we will see as to how do we merge other points that are being serviced currently. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for your report. You know, I'll tell you where the problem is here. I mean, with the previous report, the MEC says more or less the same thing. Beach Acre can have a police station because there are police stations nearer to it. Even when it comes to a clinic, there's a mention of a Sangweni, of Itirileli, you know. Is Beach Acre ever going to have public amenities of its own? So this issue also relates to the identity of the people who are settled in Beach Acres. And, you know, I've long rationalized this issue about radiuses. Yes, it's police. But policy often at times does not consider spillage. You know, it assumes that if something is closer, but situated in a different location, it's easier. But how people relate with a public amenity which is not within the defined parameters of the areas that they are residing in can often cause tensions. Because the residents of the other area complain about spillage. Or this clinic prioritizes people who are in Beach Acre, you know. So we really need to think long and hard about our planning, you know. So city planning really needs to consider all of these issues. I'm also worried, and I'll give the petitioners a chance. You know, in 2015, I was a legal advisor of the Minister of Health. I worked closely with Dr. Motswaledi as well as Ramokgopa. We developed newer regulations, which in essence introduced a dispensation about norms and standards for certain categories of health establishments. You know, so there are norms and standards. And so if we say this mobile clinic only goes there once, and then it sort of considers 70 patients on a single visit, I get a bit worried around whether that is qualitative. Are these people who are only coming to collect their chronic medication, or is it thoroughgoing consultations? What are we saying? So the content of the consultations is what we are worried about. Because if you have to see 70 patients, I'm sure you know. And the other question is whether there's a doctor affixed to the mobile service. You know. So you will see that challenge. around the rendition of a service which might not necessarily be as qualitative. And hence the frustration, or wait, we want the clinic of our own. You know? So I really think these are some of the issues that you may have to look into. But I'm also worried because when you start, we have been aware of these issues about beach acres. And then you make recommendations to us today. And one of the recommendations is that we must strengthen the manner and style in which the mobile service provision is sort of coordinated. We are saying that ourselves. So essentially we're recognizing that there are problems. But we've always been aware. You know, I would have been comfortable if you were saying, with us having been familiar or aware of these challenges, these are the steps that have been taken, you know. And so this would have been an updating report, you know, including the shortages or sporadic, you know, supply of chronic medication. Because if somebody awaits at this mobile clinic with the hopes that, hey, you know what, I'm going to get my meds, and then there's a shortage, look, you can imagine how frustrating that may be. And it might not necessarily be your own problem, it might be a depot problem. But because we have not regularized, you know, adherence to the applicable frameworks, it becomes a challenge. And that goes to the issue around the ablution facilities. Surely by now we should be aware. Surely by now. Because we know that the schedule of this mobile clinic going on site is every Wednesday. Why are we still saying we're going to look into it? We know it sort of undermines that service. Because when I'm on site, what must happen? So I'm really worried about how, you know, you are coming to your formulation of how to resolve those issues, especially because they are not newer issues. They've always been there. You know, I thought this time around we would have said we're increasing the number of visits, given the known reality about not having a clinic in Beach 8, so that we also minimize the number of people who go visiting the 3 other clinics that you have mentioned. And it could be exactly what you're about, Mama, about primary health care. I mean, if you can manage it on site, you may find that there may be fewer cases of people who would be reporting with a certain minor ailment because you have dealt with it on site. But if you can't coordinate those services to be qualitative, spillage, you know, you overwhelm the system at those 3 different points. It's not as if already there's no pressure. There's pressure. The system is pressured. You are now further clogging it. You know? So essentially, what are we saying with this report? Are there any plans? And it helps to be quite frank at times. If whether there are any plans, notwithstanding the fact that you have identified the other health facilities closer to the environs of a beach acre. Are there any plans in the outer years, in the future, to have a clinic there? If no, it's a no, it's okay, you know. But how do you then strengthen accessibility? So the issue here is accessibility, you know. For a while, let's leave the radiuses, accessibility. How sure are we that given the proximity, the manner of accessing those 3 facilities is made easier and convenient for the residents of a beach acre? So that for me becomes the primary question, you know. But it's okay in that there's a litigation. You may want to engage with the reports
Thank you very much. Chair, you said you are worried. I'm no longer worried, I'm frustrated. You can see that these people are just coming here with no plan, nothing in hand. They know everything that is happening, but still they don't have any plan. 2016, with the Honorable Kungubela, we had the MEC of Education in Bichekas. He also mentioned exactly what they are mentioning. If ever we in classroom, we get Tembisa. I don't know what to say. I mean, check it. 2,800 plus houses. But it will 6,000. But was 6,000. How possible can it be? You can see that there's something that is fishing there. Saying they are seeing 70 people per visit on Wednesday. Good people, we are not just talking for the sake of talking. We are hands-on. Your mobile clinic, when it came there, we are forever there. We are talking to them. Even this Wednesday, I was with them, asking them about the challenges. What you are saying here, I don't know, where did you get it? How did you get it? Obviously, you are working for the checks, salaries. You are not on the ground. You don't know what's happening. Chair, these people are not telling you. These people are not telling you how did that mobile clinic end up being coming to be checkers. They cannot say it. We stood up. We fought. It was not nice. 2017, 2018, these people gave us a budget that we are starting to build a clinic. Where's that money? Nowhere to be found. They come up with excuse, hey, COVID, hey, we reschedule things because of COVID, this and that and that. Now, the thing that they are saying is that clinic is no longer falling under us as Ikuruleni, is provincial issues. I don't know who taught these people this English. Yeah, we are committing. We are committing. We are committing. This is their language. Year in, year out, we are committing. They are more like our councillors. Escalated. I mean, we are dying here. 2019, I was shot in my own house, 10 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. I nearly died there. Because I was shot 10 o'clock. The ambulance arrived around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Think about it. The mobile clinic that you are talking about, many people are no longer even visiting it because there's no toilet. Think about it. A woman, you want to take the urinary sample. What an embarrassment. Everything is just in the moon. Is it transparency? Good people, this is not a good story. You know exactly what's happening. You knew all these things all along. But all that you can say in bold here is just committing. Good people, come on. Come on, say something. This Wednesday, I was with your mobile clinic guys there. I asked them tough questions. They couldn't answer. Hey, remember, Tina, that is above our limit. Tina, that we are not allowed to answer that. Tina, medication, dololo. You call that mobile clinic? Amen.
I'm sure you are represented then. Okay. So thank you very much. So I want us to come to a way forward because the report is not adequate, to be quite frank. I mean, there's the issue. So your recommendations are essentially problematic in that there's a prior recognition of all of these issues, but they have not been attended to. And we would want to appeal that they be attended to, you know, including revisiting a discussion about the possibility of extending the number of occasions that the mobile clinic goes on site, you know. But also with yourselves, I mean, district health, reflecting on how to strengthen the provision of services in a qualitative fashion. So that we don't undermine that. You know, health, there are many things that you can defer and postpone, but you can't shop around with health. Health is one sensitive thing that you can't shop around for, you know. So we don't want to leave it for chance. Because indeed there are people who need these services because they don't have any other ability. And you said it yourself, I mean the 6.7 people who are there, a great number could be that they are not insured. They don't have medical aids. So these are mobile services or the clinics in the different areas are sort of what they are relying on, you know. So let's have a rethink around that, but also rework our report with the necessary timeframes. Because you see, it's easy to have a recommendation and say, no, we'll strengthen, we'll capacitate, we'll look into ablution facilities, and then you leave it open-ended. A year later from now, you may find that there hasn't been any movement. So we want you to put your necks on the block through a report, you know. So that when we come back, at whichever point we come back, using your own reports with the time frames that you will have committed, we can say this is what you committed to. You know? And I'm stating this mindful of a cancel processes, but the reality is that this is not a new issue. You know? Surely there should have been a process where these frustrations are ventilated on behalf of the community. You know? So please, members will advise me. In the next 14 days, similar to this report of community safety, we will need an updating report. But you know, I'll tell you as I conclude, one of the least things that you can do when you recognize that there's a problem, you identify with the stakeholders which are affected by these problems. You hold them by their hand, you walk this journey with them in resolving those issues. But when you keep a distance, pretend as if you are not aware of their issues, it sort of worsens the problem. So I really want to appeal, or let's come closer to the community of Beach Acre. You know, let's not keep a distance. That mabor. Me ke me mamucho. Yeah. Le ndate mucho le meko. Let's not keep a distance. You know, we really need to have these conversations flowing so that if there are any bottlenecks in the system, you make them aware that we are hitting a snag here. But if you keep a distance and people are daily frustrated, you will wonder why tomorrow they will stop any cars of the municipality entering Beach Acre. Why people would resort to taking drastic measures. Let me check members if there's anyone. Member Shabalala.
No, thank you, Chair. Maybe before the department and the city responds, and then maybe come up with a way forward. There's something that I need to check. Maybe also, I think, in the deterrence from the department, I think he mentioned something to say there was a site that was identified for the construction of clinic in Odeti, if I captured that correctly. And then in that from the petitioner side, they say there was even a budget that was allocated for that project. Just want to check maybe from the department and the city, why did they discontinue with the project to build a clinic? Maybe if we can get an essence as to why did they stop, then maybe when we decide on a way forward, we'll factor that into consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thanks. Zangoma, you fine? Yeah, okay. Okay, so maybe respond to those issues also coming from Montate, Patlanel, and Tate Silitish, including those that will have raised.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the last question around the infrastructure. Indeed, there was, a plan. That is why I made reference to, the stand that is that was earmarked, which is now currently being used for other, issues. It has been allocated to a local, I think, a local church in Ward 13. But the building of clinics, when this was conceptualized, and that is the reason why I also mentioned that, we are aware of the problem. I think the petitioners are very clear. They make reference to Emeya Gungubele. And it was during the time when the city of Ekurhuleni, was actively building health infrastructure in the district. So there has been that change where they are no longer, carrying out that mandate. And I think that's where those plans therefore stalled. But the biggest issue here, Chair, is that the issue of identity, it's the one that is paramount. We can't dismiss it. Members of and residents, inhabitants of communities, want something, some health infrastructure that belongs to government, which they can call their own. And when it comes to policy, and I know we do not have to be bogged down and be focused only on what the rule book says. There are those areas that relates to issues of access in relation to the radius that is there. So Chair, I think the petitioner was very clear in saying that they did certain things to ensure that the current mobile unit gets to be allocated. So that also makes reference to me earlier saying that we have been aware of this initiative, because when we were engaging at that level, that's when there was, work that was done to ensure that the current mobile service is made available to the community. But Chair, we are guided by your wisdom. We are going to get in touch with the petitioners, engage a lot more better with them. There may be other issues, that we can be able to address over and above, ablution facilities and even medication, because those are all low-hanging fruits, in my view. That's why we have not even put in a time frame. It's something that we can activate almost immediately. Because we have a lot of support within the entire district. We have a lot of resources that are also available in nearby facilities as well, where we can redirect these initiatives. So we will certainly do that almost immediately. It does not have to take too long. The issue around, the fact that access, may be a problem in this facility. Our immediate short-term plans, Chair, are that we have already started looking at the CCMDD program. We are decanting, a lot of patients and moving them away from health facilities. The mobile unit itself has got 2 consultation rooms. So when you're looking at the number, of 70, it's a number that can be easily, managed. Even in that area, in those circumstances. What we need to do is to find an immediate solution on the side of the department, the municipality, and the petitioners on how best we can improve the current service offering, while we are also looking on long-term plans of giving them the identity that they require in the form of giving them the brick and mortar structure. But immediately, I honestly believe that we can be able to find each other and solve the current problems that are at hand. They can be solved immediately. Ntate Choma and Menekumbe.
Does maybe Kume will answer that one. Health promotion programs, you may want to speak about those because it could also assist in sort of dissuading the numbers. It's in a strategy because you have got geriatrics, in the area. You don't want them coming to the park. I mean, you can target them at the different, houses where they reside. I mean, it sort of offloads the pressure from the system as well. And those are some of the interventions that we can employ, to sort of minimize, the movements that are there. But yeah, maybe let's proceed with those responses.
No, Chair. I think the other thing just to stress is the issue of engagement with the petitioner, as my colleague has indicated. But again, I think we are going to adopt the noble approach, as we indicated in the presentation, that strengthening also is to actually go and do an analysis with them, so that we adopt that approach of qualitative provision of services, so that we check ourselves as to whether is there a need for us to actually put more resources and services in that mobile. I think we will do that as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. What I can also add is that, like the way Chief has already said, in that these are low-hanging fruits that we are intending to look at them and to engage with the petitioners. Yes, it is true that this is the reason why the mobile unit was deployed in the area, because of the petitions that they had submitted before and the way they had stood up in a way of demanding that services. The unfortunate part was he referred to when during Mr. Ngungubela's era, where the community was promised a fixed structure. But when a fixed structures had to be developed in an area, there are logistics and processes that needs to be followed, where it would also need identifying of a land, such that when the department division identified the land, the unfortunate part was that the land was already owned by a private owner. That is why it ended up having a local structure that is now in action, active in that area. The only alternative was when to provide a mobile unit in the park, as agreed with the petitioners, because there was no other area where the mobile could stand. Usually when we provide mobile services, we identify a municipal structure where there's water and sanitation. But in the area where they are, it is in the center, where in that area, there's no municipal structure where we could depend for water and sanitation. That is why the resolution ended up in providing that mobile service in the park. Other complaints that, other issues that they are raising, like we have said, are low-hanging provision of medications, provisions of resources, which they have already indicated. It's a matter of engaging with them as to improve the quality of service that is to be provided. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe you must get us an additional mic so that we don't call out for it. I mean, you can see. Otherwise, we're going to be inconvenienced. Or do you only have two? Do you only have two mics? Otherwise, we would have to stand up every time. I don't think that will work. So I was saying, Nekume or Menekum. I don't want us to philosophize. I don't want us to philosophize about these interventions. You know? That was then, this is where we are now. We're in 2023. Ending 2023. We had those challenges with the site, it's okay, it's recorded. But government does not stagnate when there's a problem. It seeks solutions. You know, I mean, from the time of Gungubela up until now, we ought to have said, well, we're engaging with the other assessments around the suitability of land pieces where we could potentially, you know, erect a clinic at some point if all things go according to plan. And that is why earlier when I said, we're also mindful that there are council processes that needs to be followed. You know? So I don't want us to problematize the issue further than it has been problematized. You know? And I also don't want to be excited by you saying, well, we are now going to engage with the community. It should have happened. We acknowledge that it did not happen. We now want to do it. You know? And we must do it. I like the spirit of Ndate Mocho. Because he says, Choma. Oh yeah, I get it, these mics are not clear, so you struggle to hear. Or maybe the starting point would be in having these conversations. So that there's a collective formulation around how to resolve all of these lingering issues that should have been resolved a long time ago. You know? And I like that positivity. Because it says there's an acknowledgement, or hey, we missed a number of steps, but we are willing.
For clinic is still there, still waiting for you. The issue of a church, the issue of this, I don't know where did you get it. The land is still vacant, is still there. I passed that land even when I came here. Then the issue of mobile clinic coming to Pichekas, it was a matter of saying, okay, let's give you this mobile clinic because in 3 months' time we are starting to build. It was just a matter of short-term issues. But now it seems as if it's getting permanent. And it's even developing gray hair saying you are going to bring it twice a week. You are not bringing the building in 2 weeks. You are building the mobile clinic twice a week. The issue of talking, the issue of this and that is long gone. We need something. Okay, right now, I'm here. I must go and give report to the people of Pichekas. What must I say to them? I'm not here for myself. Now here I can see you're wearing a nice white shirt written Ekurlen here. But what about the people there? What must I tell them? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe let's leave it at that, and then we'll get that report in the next 2 weeks. We agreed. Maybe let's identify the date. You know, when I say next 2 weeks, somebody's interpretation of a week may be different from mine. So I just want to be sure. Today it's the 1st. I will need that report by the 15th. Ne? It's a normal, normally weekend, so it's not a full week. So the 15th. So thank you very much. Let's leave that one. I'm just quickly going to request that I step out. There's a community from Tembisa, concerned the group, which are aggrieved by 1 or 2 issues. So I quickly want to engage with them. I'm going to request my colleague to chair the next a session of the petition. I don't think I'm going to take too much time, and then I will come back. All right.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair, we have 2 petitions coming from the very same area, and the responding authority is Ekurhuleni. You will provide guidance in that regard, that we take them as one and they holistically respond to them, as opposed to taking them individually. But I will be guided by yourself, Chair. Number 1 and number 2, coming from Leondale. Can I then club them as one? No, I'm not following the program as such. It's number, in terms of the program, it's number 3.4 and 3.5. Are you agreeing, Chair?
No, let's club them together. Let's do 3.4 and 3.5 same time.
Thank you, Chair. Can I therefore request Mr. Nkosinathi Mazibuko, on behalf of the community of Leondale, to come to the front, and further request representatives from Ekurhuleni who are going to respond to the two petitions. The first one will be outstanding service delivery issues that relates to damaged electricity boxes, registration number PP01A0423LO. And the second one would be also outstanding service delivery issues. It then talks to issues of potholes. And the petitioner is the same as Mr. Nkosinathi Mazibuko. The first one talks to that they've submitted a petition to City of Ekurhuleni regarding numerous service delivery issues. They further allege that the petition regarding the damaged and exposed substation was addressed. However, additional issues that were raised in the petition were not addressed. The outstanding issues are the lack of street lights around the substation, potholes, lack of stormwater drainage system, and damaged electricity boxes on the street poles. As per his account, electricity boxes on the poles are damaged and exposed, posing a safety risk for community. He further alleged that they deemed this to contribute to higher voltage, to which they could potentially damage their electrical appliances. I would also have touched on the issues of potholes relative to the second one, Chair. Chair, the petitions were before the committee for consideration and adoption. They were then adopted and further referred to the city for consideration and responses on the 5th of May, that is 2023. Both petitions were referred, and the second one was referred to, on the 5th of May. Let me just quickly recap on what the second one would have touched on. The petitioner is Mr. Nkosinathi, who talks about the road surfaces. He also further alleges that the road is not maintained and needs to be upgraded. He also alleges that residents of Ekurhuleni section, I'm distracted, sorry, Chair. He further alleges that the road is not maintained and needs to be upgraded. He also alleges that residents of Ekurhuleni section still do not have title deeds after 17 years residing in the area. He alleges that the committee had agreed and beseeched the municipality and the department to consider using the open space of PTN, Allandale and Ivory Park Primary School for the housing development project in lieu of expropriation of land 10 IR. As per his account, the 19th of February 2018, they handed a memorandum to the municipality, and on the 27th of March 2019, the MMC for Housing, Councillor Mishak van Veek, Executive Director, convened a meeting with committee leaders of Ivory Park and backyard dwellers, and the resolution of the meeting was that the MMC and the ED to engage as they will be processing the acquisitions of land. Chair, I think there is, I'm reading another petition. My apology, Chair. Chair, currently we are then waiting for a progress report regarding the two petitions of outstanding service delivery in Leondale. Thanks, Chair.
Who is going to respond on behalf of the city? .4 and 3.5. 3.4. Sorry, can you also join them because we are going to do them the same time? Can you also join them there on the table? Babu Ngosnati,
Sawubona sir.
ama-petition wakho uyavuma ukuthi ama-petition wakho lawa?
Yes sir, yes sir. Ngiyavuma. I have 3 responses as I speak.
Sorry baba, bengisabuza nje ukuthi ama-petition wakho uyavuma ukuthi ama-petition wakho akunaniki sebayichangeile uwo wasubmita njalo?
Yes sir. Yes
Okay,
sir.
siyabonga.
Yes sir.
Thank you. Ekuruleni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committee, the petitioner, and the community at large. As indicated already, there are 2 petitions here. Myself and the colleagues sitting next to me will respond to any human settlements related.
Sorry, maybe first you need to introduce yourself as to who you are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Rabasotho. I am working for the Department of Human Settlements at Kuruleni. I am with a colleague here from the Department of Human Settlements who will also introduce herself.
Good morning, Chair, members, and members of the committee, and members of the community. My name is Rabasotho. I'm with the Department of Human Settlements.
Sorry, can you bring the mic close to you?
Okay, thank you. My name is Rabasotho. I work with the Department of Human Settlement. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson and the members of this committee, and as well as the community at large. My name is from Roads and Stormwater Department. We will be responsible to respond to items 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9. We would have loved it if maybe we could slap all these items together because we've got a response prepared for it, and then we've already done a presentation which is checking the coordinator at the back.
Okay.
My colleagues here, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee. Good morning, the petitioner and the community at large. My name is Robinson Maraza. I'm also from the Roads and Stormwater Department in the city of Ekurhuleni. Thanks. Chair, we will depend on your guidance. Should we start with the human settlements related issues, or should we allow our colleagues from Roads and Stormwater to start first?
Let's start with 3.4, the one of damaged electrical boxes.
It appears that we don't have anyone from the Department of Energy.
Okay, let's go to 3.5. I don't know, human settlement. On what petition are you going to speak on?
It's petition WP23B, stroke 08, stroke 21, stroke LO. The one that talks about human settlement issues in Mayfield Extension 6.
Okay, we'll come to that. Let's go to 3.5. The one about potholes.
Thank you very much. I don't know if they can back the presentation that was prepared. You know, we planned this through the previous Department of Health. That was just presented now.
Can you please bring this closer to you?
Oh yeah, I was saying, we just learned from our predecessor, Department of Health, that they presented a nice thing and we said that we can't be detained by them. Okay. All right, thank you very much. With regard to this petition, PP 03A04, I would like to bring to the attention of the petitioner that this petition was forwarded to province and therefore is actually meant to be implemented by the city of Igumile. So when this petition is referred back to the city of Igumile, we also give it another reference. And then this reference, you will see the one inside the brackets, item BPPP 48, 2023. I hope you can see it.
Not. Oh, yes, I can.
Okay. So, in case if you need to do any follow-ups with the city of Igumile, that's the reference number you can use for that regard. And the request is very clear to say that the road, the service tolerated after the reformation, which caused a lot of potholes and uneven roads in the area. And then the request also states that also the road is not maintained and needs to be upgraded. So this is the component of the petition that is meant for road and stormwater department. It's not the entire request, but it's the request that is meant for the Department of Road and Stormwater. So we will only be responding to that. With regard to the response of the department is that, yes, we do acknowledge that the potholes have developed and we did the inspection of the area. And the department has issued the instruction to perform work at a value of 186 million. That has been allocated for the local area, and this will address the potholes. And we are anticipating that the potholes will be completed by end of October, this 2023. And there was also a request for the stormwater. The stormwater project, you should know that these are chemical projects. And the chemical projects, they normally get to be budgeted through the IDP process, where the ward councillor and the ward committee, as well as the community, through the public participation, they decide on which project they want to implement in their ward. Normally, we hear that there is a prioritization of about 5 projects per ward per financial year. That is inclusive of all the departments. If implementation of the road or the stormwater project is forming part, then it's going to be included in that part of 5. If there is a sewer line or whatever that needs to be included, it's going to be a maximum of 5 projects per that particular ward. So in this regard, there was no prioritization or a priority list that indicated through the IDP process that there is a stormwater that is being requested from the ward. So we are therefore advising the petitioners to go back to the ward councillor and the ward committee
Okay, maybe before we call on the petitioner to respond, I hear you are saying the petitioner has to consult with the ward councillor and the ward committee regarding the stormwater project. But don't you think it would be the municipality, I mean, if this petition comes from the community to say we have this challenge, can this municipality use this petition to plan for the coming financial year in order for, not to say the petitioner must go back to the ward council and the ward committee to engage them so that they can put this in the IDP? Why isn't the municipality not using this petition to plan for the next coming financial year? Because he's a member of the community, he has already identified a problem, which I believe that maybe the very same problem is affecting a lot of people in the community. Why must he go back and consult the council and the ward committee? Why can't you use this petition to plan for the coming financial year?
Well, thank you very much for your question.
Okay, hold on.
You are what we call you have interacted with the government systems in Tswane, in Ure. You know the protocols of government. And I don't want my brother justifying this question, because it's the mandate of the municipality to make sure that municipal roads are maintained. You don't even have to wait for any resident to raise it. It's a foregoing mandate. You see, when a councillor raises it, it's only based on his observations, or observations that might have been communicated with him. But notwithstanding that, it doesn't mean that if the councillor does not raise it, or residents of that specific community don't raise it, the municipality should abdicate their responsibility. So we don't want to hear that. It's going to annoy us. But if you say no, the petitioner must go and consult, we are going to be annoyed. Because at least we should be saying, we are taking note of it now. We might not have been aware. There might have been a blind spot. Let's go back and see whether in our budgetary allocations we can still be able to fit them in. If not, let's subject it to a budgetary process which is coming. Maybe we should say that. But if you want to impute blame on the petitioner, we really take exception. That can't be a response. You see, we really take. Ordinarily, a municipality ought to be aware of the state of the road infrastructure across the board. You need to have assessing teams on the ground daily. Unless if people are just there not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Because every day there should be a report that comes in, right? You know this road in this area is bad. Even more so when it rains, it's horrible. And it could be that it's exacerbated by other things. Your drainage is clogged. I mean, when your sewer system is clogged, there's a spillage on the road, it affects the road. So what we expected to hear was your thought plan around how you are interacting with the unit that is responsible for sewerage systems, so that you sort of mitigate this challenge of the water spilling onto the roads, because it sort of undermines the road infrastructure. That is what we want to hear. But how can no go back and you don't want to hear that. So my brother, we don't want to hear. We want you to take us into confidence of what is the thought plan? Are we aware? Were we aware? If so, what steps have we taken? And because the petitions committee has now brought it to your attention, what are going to be the next steps? But we can't say the petitioner must go and consult. We can't say that. Okay, so maybe respond.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the input. I would like to bring it to your attention that we are aware of the stormwater problems in the Leondale area. Way before, let me not say way before, but before the petition was sent to us. However, the projects that are relating to new projects for roads and stormwater department, unfortunately, those ones, they have to be budgeted for. And then for the budget process that has to be done for the city, Chairperson, it has to be done through the IDP priority listing. I've got divisional head here who can also add to that. And then we've got capital projects, we've got operational projects. Operational projects are where you've got your existing systems that are blocked and then they need to be cleaned, or where there are potholes that need to be resurfaced, or where there is a street that is completely damaged and then it needs to be resurfaced. So in that case, you do not necessarily need to undergo through the process of the capital projects and prioritization and all those things. So the process of the city is very clear when it comes to the implementation of the projects that are CAPEX related. So us as a department to say, we will take this and then put it into the IDP process, then it means out of the 5 that is supposed to be allocated for what is it, what, 40? Yes. Out of the 5 projects that are supposed to be done for what, 40 for the next financial year, if we come and say the ward councillor, here is one of them, and then the ward councillor and the committee, they still have to do sort of a priority listing according to the number of projects that they have to do and come up with a maximum of 5. That is what we've been given. And then hence, we were giving it as a suggestion to say, where there is problem of blockage of stormwater, is fine, we will do the maintenance of it. But where there is a new construction of the stormwater pipes and the likes, we can forward it to the ward councillor to say, ward councillor, here is a project that is coming from your community. Please put it under those 5 projects that are supposed to be done for your ward in particular. And it works out much more better if the petitioners and the ward councillor during the engagement discuss and come to a finalization to say this will be our project that will be done for the city. And you will notice that in Ekurhuleni we've got more than 110 wards. And then imagine like 5 of each wards multiplied by 110 as an example. There will be plenty of projects that are being done, and the demand for the stormwater systems and the stuff, there will be other wards that will say, for our ward in particular, we want to prioritize the stormwater project or this other particular road to be done in this area. And then please include it, leave other projects, and please include this one in particular for our ward. Then that prioritization, then it becomes a priority list for the entire city. And then from there on, then the departments get allocated to say, here are the list of the projects that you need to do, and then here is the budget that you are budgeted for. So for operation issues, we do implement them.
I don't want us to generalize. Here's a petition. Nagre ketletse petition. Na. Waban. Kore nagetletse A. Yako hotong A. You see, I don't want to generalize. So I'm saying, and hence I was asking, let's not hide or mask any difficulties. And it's a good thing that you are explaining the process, you know. But ultimately, how are we assisting this this petition? How are we responding to it? You know, that's the question that we are asking. And I note that you will talk about, you know, IDP prioritization, and all of those issues, which we appreciate. But I want to give you something to ponder. There may be an instance where you can have a useless council or a councillor who's not available. What does it mean for the plight of that community? Does it mean they are abandoned? No. It means the municipality steps in. And in the assessment, they say, you know, of all the wards that we have, the 110 wards that we have, and with our assessment of the state of the roads in each of the wards, we think these are roads that needs to be prioritized. And you can engage the councillor. Council, Mukanzelar, in your ward, we think this road needs to urgently be attended to. Assist us to formalize it such that it makes a feature in your IDPs. You know, you can do that. It does not have to go back to the petitioner to run around the councillor or a councillor. You know, IDP processes, remember as well, they are periodic. It's not as if they are daily. They run a cycle. Even if a councillor, but I suspect the councillor would be aware. And I suspect that councillor might have even raised this issue, you know. So, okay, we have noted this issue of this specific road. Maybe let's go and do an assessment to check whether it's one of those roads that we think may need to be prioritized. If not, let's subject it to a process. You say that, you know. But if we philosophize it too much, we're going to confuse the people. You know, we're going to lose them entirely. We don't hide any difficulties. The reality is that government works based on the availability of resources. We're aware, you know. So if something can be done today, but we think it can be done in the outer years, we must be honest to the petition. You know, we don't want a situation where we give a false hope, but we also present a gloomy picture that the municipality can't do anything. Surely the municipality can do something, and it should. You know, it might still be a subject of a process. Let's explain that process. And I think you have touched on the process. You know, so I really thought if we do wordplay, we might lose the petition. All that they are interested in is whether at any given time they can be heard in respect of the petition that will have been raised. That's all. Why? Yeah. And maybe the divisional head may also come in if there's any other expressions as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Your comments are very, very important, and they've been taken note of. And I would say the petitioner has had the response that we have allocated 1.89 million to address one of the components of the petitions, which is the potholes. And we are committing as a department that by end of October, we will have addressed that issue of the potholes. And with regard to the stormwater systems, the new systems that are required, we will engage with the petitioner, and based on the comments that we've received, they are most welcomed, and we will take it on.
You are making that commitment, or by October. We are now in August. So you are saying by October there will be movement. September. Oh, we're in September. Oh, yes. Happy Spring Day. I forgot, you know. I thought we were still in August. So in a month's time, maybe not in a month's time, in October. Where in October? Month end of October? Beginning of October?
By end of October, you know, when roads enters a certain particular location, where there are potholes, we are like how train. So you won't even see, but you will see you won't see us working, but you will see the progress being done.
Okay.
We are committing that by end of October, we would have addressed the issues of the potholes in the particular area.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I request that by the end of October, as you do that work, you also give us an updating report so that we can finish the petition. I agree it's you who is committing end of October. Yes. Under no duress. It's you, it's not me. So you are putting your neck on the block. Okay. You want to say something before we step out of it?
I so do.
Okay.
Minier, let me be honest. The community has moved on its own. Abafana basakazi have taken it upon themselves. Ukuthi bavale ama-potholes. I can show you a communication. This is a community chat room. I can show you communication where the youngsters are asking for imali to get our resources. Because iskontiri lesi abasifaka kulama potholes lawa does not hold. So in a week or two sesiphelile. So in all honesty, I'm thinking to myself, ukuthi mandithi nizoqeda end of October. Have you started now? That's the $1 million question. As I'm saying, the gents are doing it for themselves and they are doing it for all of us. Ultimately, they are asking for imali to get our resources from the community. And the community, ikhala ngokuthi, but siyakhokha, but I mean, bani. So, Mina, honestly, I think I would like to dispute that ukuthi by end of October, zobe ngiqedile. Ngaqala noqala angazi. Honestly.
Okay. So what we'll do, we'll follow up. And that is why I'm saying we will need a report. We will need a report. Because if we don't have a report, we may be forced to subpoena the MMC. We may be forced to subpoena the MMC in the legislature to come and give the report directly. So maybe let's not embarrass the MMC. Let's get an updating report, on the time frame that you will have given. Like I said, it's not my time frame. I usually ask people attentively whether they are sure. Wangi is again that breath. Kajulo is the time frame. I go with a time frame where you commit. It means that you are giving us ammunition to activate other powers that were given by the Act. Remember, we are the only committee in the legislature that is given those powers. So if the managers, senior officials are saying 30th, we take it serious. We are recording. Remember, we are recording. We are documenting it. It's going to make a feature. So please let's abide by that time frame. So thank you very much to our petitioner as well as yourselves. I'm not so sure whether we are not leaving out. You want to?
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I must just place it on record that the indication from the municipalities that there are no representatives who are going to talk to 3.4 with regard to damaged electricity boxes. However, a report has been submitted from the municipality. We'll therefore share that report with the petitioner, but you'll be guided by yourself, Chair.
Yeah, who is responsible? I know we scrambled for reports, even yesterday, from the municipality. That something is happening in Ikurleni which has not been happening. All of a sudden, accountability is compromised in Ikurleni. And that is why we took a decision as the committee to come to Ikurleni. Ordinarily, Ikurleni, when you requested reports, they used to furnish you with reports. And all of a sudden, reports are no longer forthcoming on time. You must fight people to get reports. We don't understand what is happening. Ndate break. So I had also personally, last night requested one of the managers through the chief whip and one of the MMCs that they assist us to speak to the MMC responsible so that we get reports on all the petitions. And I'm happy that Rhodes responded, you know. Big ups to the MMC who has demonstrated responsiveness. We really appreciate. But we're missing the presence of people who are going to engage with the report from, what do you call that department? Is it energy? From energy. Is there anybody from energy? Because we were told that they were going to be here this morning. Because it's not enough that we have got a report and then you don't have people who are going to respond on the inputs against the report. I mean, it's essentially doing a disservice to the petitioners. We don't work that way. We really don't want to. Maybe let's flag the report. If we can flag it. Can you beam the report? And then so long, I've been requested to indicate that because of load shedding, the translating devices are no longer functional. And there's a request that they be brought back onto the stations at the back. So those of you who have got those devices, let's raise our hands and then they will be collected so that they can be taken at the back. And then I've noted that we've got our sign language translators. Is there anybody here who requires the services of a sign language interpreter? Because but how mudimu ba onna busy mole nza ba interpreter for no one. Again. So there's no one. Okay. So if there's no one, we can immediately pause that service so that we don't abuse my sister over there. Again. I bet you can imagine moving hands is not easy. Especially when there's no audience for it. Try doing it with your own hands, you will see. So my sister, we can give you a break. But if somebody were to come and you are aware that they may be needing of this service, please give us that indication. What was the last thing? I forgot something that I was requested to say. Oh yes, can we beam the report?
I will request, Uti, may I please have this report so that I go back to my constituency and we engage with it. Because on that point, there's a petition just now. When I spoke to my constituency, Izolo, because I got this request just Izolo ebusuku. So so the guys just said, no, young man, when I just take the petition that we took, So unfortunately, the energy department is not here to answer to all of this. But nonetheless, the issues still stand as they are.
Wena lo wena wa e senya bjano. I'm asking you a simple question. Here is the report. Can you validate it for us whether these things that they are mentioning are there? I agree. You are from that area.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just on this thing, the newer petition, there is a process of how we'll deal with it. It's a new set of issues which have been raised. What we would have sent to the department, it's on the initial petition that you sent. So we don't want to ambush people.
Yes, sir.
And that is what I cautioned earlier on. Or the committee only deals with petitions which are submitted with it. You can't come now and say, I want to go to Dubai. Baby, let's go.
Of course.
You see? So there needs to be planning, even on the responses. So I want you to verify this report because it deals with the petition that you had initially submitted with us and we sent to the municipality.
Yes, yes. No, I do concur, especially on the issue of high voltage. I must be honest to you. This is no longer the case. We no longer have a high voltage. Why? Because box Elisha, we now have a new mini substation. So for that, we are grateful, of course, but there are others, ezisalimele futhi, ama substation asalimele. So a high voltage happens at different times in different locations. But mina from in my little area around Ilionde Ilionke, I'm sorted. That has been attended to. But many other areas around Ilionde, it is an issue. Yeah.
So essentially you are saying there has been some interventions.
There has been.
Maybe not everything is done, but there has been some interventions.
There has been.
Those outstanding things, you want us to follow up on them?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So, I get like we don't want to hide anything. That is why we have projected this report. Because often an impression is created or the municipality is not doing anything at all, whereas there could be someone. Okay. When you send us a petition, we only become active when we've got a petition. And like I said, Rona, we are not coming from departments. You activate us when you have sent the petition. But our limitation is on what you will have raised in the petition. I get like if you say to us, we want an Apollo light in this area, and then we escalate or refer that petition. Tomorrow when you come, you can't say, no, we need 10 more in different areas. I get like you, yeah, so I thought we clarify that part. But on outstanding issues, we can still be able to follow up. What is it? They are disturbing us. So maybe let's leave that one and then we'll follow up on the outstanding issues. You will just have to update us. I get what out of this report in the May, not the new document that you have. That one you will have to resubmit for consideration of the committee. That is how we sort of manage the handling of petitions, so that we ensure fairness as well. So thank you very much for that. We'll leave it at that and then make a necessary follow-ups. I'm reactivating the sign language interpreter because I had forgotten that we are online. So we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're essentially live. You can check us on those specific platforms as well. So let's take the next petition. So thank you very much. Can I get that, man?
Isaac Muswane.
Muswan.
Yes, sir.
Le mmema
Nkululeko Matsuso.
Matsuso. Matsuso.
Nkululeko Matsuso.
Okay, thank you very much. Abra Bradley Guamohaimo. So thank you very much. Let's take the next one.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Maybe just a slide. Oh, okay. Maybe before then, let's take, there's another one. Roads. I think there was only one. You see, the problem with reports that come a bit late is that they tend to confuse. Did you have another report?
Yeah, Chair, we've got item 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9.
3 point, come again?
We are done with 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9 as per the agenda.
Yeah, so what do we look there? If you look at your agenda, ne? If you look at your agenda, and this is what I wanted to say earlier on, but we may have to disaggregate it a bit. Because under 3.3, including 3.9, you will see these petitions are both coming from Mayfield. So essentially we have got 2 petitions coming from Mayfield. Same ward 96. Ne? We want to combine the two, deal with them at a go. But then they are raising general service delivery issues, isn't it? So we want to insulate the issue that relates to roads, and then we'll still come back to deal with the other aspects. You understand? Like Talwai. So we're going to deal with the road infrastructure aspect first, and then come back to the 2 of them, combining them to deal with the other aspects. So maybe let's take the report on the issue of the state of the roads and the interventions there, and we'll come back to them again.
Thank you, Chair. Then we'll then deal with 3.7 and 3.8. Am I correct, my brother?
And 3.9.
3.9 and 3.3, they will be combined together. For now, our focus will be on 3.7 and 3.8. Those are the petitions that you are going to deal with. You've got a report on. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And then 3.3 and 3.9, it is housing related matters. All right. 3.7 is request for services Rudecop. Registration number PP28A0622LO. The petitioner is Mr. Franz Mahlanya. May I request representatives from Rudecop Extension 21. Ntate Franz. Is Ntate Franz here?
I doubt Mr. Franz Ulana, because, as I'm saying, I got this request Izolo Epsugu, and I couldn't really mobilize abantu to come with me. So I'm the only one. Rodekop, Leondale, I'm the only one. What 40? Ting Shojad.
Are you then going also to stand for PP 17?
So we're going to do this. You know, we really take this work very serious. When you write to us, you are essentially giving us a mandate to follow up on your issues. So you are saying to us, please deal with these issues on our behalf. And then we make all the attempts, efforts at trying to resolve and get answers for all of these issues that you are raising. We even schedule ourselves, or hey, you know what, based on the petitions that were sent to us, let's go and transparently go and report and give an account. Also inviting the municipality. So we don't do this work because we are bored. We do it because we take our people serious. But when somebody has written a petition and they don't come or present themselves, it makes our work difficult. Because when they are supposed to engage with the reports, there's no board. And even when they've sent other people, if those people are not fully briefed, they may be limited in engaging with the reports. You know? Then we leave our meeting with not all the issues being put forth. Then the very same petitioner comes back the following day and says, you have not dealt with my issue adequately. So we don't want that. You know, we really don't want that. Because there is no way you are going to know the issues of all of these areas. Roneko, Plangaville, Mayfield, it's impossible. It's really impossible.
No, it is. It
Yes?
is. It is.
It's
It
possible.
is. No. It is impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Angizazi zonke.
Yeah. It's impossible. You can't know all of these issues. And in fact, ordinarily we just make exceptions under certain circumstances to allow a person who's not a petition to stand in on behalf of the petition, provided that they are well briefed and that they are not even alone. But when you are a lone ranger, we get worried. Because these are community issues, you know. So I want to suggest that in the absence of Ntate Mahlai, we may not be able to proceed with this petition. You know, we can't proceed with this petition because na abe set up ilana ka tšo ke di-one batho ba tshelana ka metsi rona wa in a meeting because of Ntate Mahlai. I'm sure o kry-a tshelana le ditšhomi tsa ka metsi ko, you know, and then it doesn't come. So we are going to leave that one. We'll send the report, we'll still send him the report. But we are not going to waste time engaging on something that the actual petitioner is not here for. So which other one?
No, I am sorted today.
Huh?
I am sorted.
You are sorted?
Yes, I'm sorted.
Okay. So thank you very much. When Ntate man?
Ki Nkosinathi Mazibuko.
Oh, Nkosinathi.
Yes,
Ntate, you are related to Faith Mazibuko.
I'm sad where she left because I wanted to raise our safety caucus.
Well, now you are raising a new petition. I'm asking whether you are related. That's all.
No, we are
Submit
not.
the petition. If you submit the petition, we are going to call her again.
No, we are not.
If you submit the petition, she comes back. Again.
Yes,
she
yes.
comes back. So
Yes,
thank you very much, Ntate Mazibuko. So which other one are we? Is it Me Mavume here from Langaville? Oh, Mema Vumelana Hati. Is there anybody coming from that area, Langaville? No one. ML Larubon. Wamitsi Mema Vume. Eh? Mema Vume. Eh? Give him a mic, I can't hear him. Oh, Tramsumzi, Kwena. Oh, it's my brother. Oh, more quite missing, sorry, it's our mistake. We have given you a different gender status.
Thank you, Chair. With that guidance, Chair will then move to service delivery Langaville, PP17. No, they're still going to respond. Registration number PP17C1121LO. The petitioner is Mr. Mavume, submitting this petition on behalf of the Committee of Langaville, who alleges that meter boxes were stolen and subsequently they reported the matter to the municipality. Yet they have not received a response. He also alleges that there are broken and malfunctioning meters and there has not been a response from the relevant authorities. There are structural encroachment. He alleges that several committee members built their houses over the line demarcated for their building and projects onto over the property line of the neighbor. He also expressed that the space of his yard is not the same size as that of his neighbor. Consequently, there have been quarrels among the neighbors. He raised concerns regarding the safety of children when they play on the road. He thus requests for the municipality to build a park in the community. He also alleges that there is a sharp curve at Gauteng Street and a dire need for speed calming measures on the street. He further alleges that unemployment has escalated to struggling levels in the community. Chair, the petition was before the committee. It was considered and adopted, referred to City of Ekurhuleni for consideration and responses on the 3rd of November 2022. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Dade Mavume. So
Yes,
this is the summary of the petition that you had written.
Yes, sir.
To us. We just want you to confirm whether everything that you have raised is contained in the summary there.
Yes, sir, it is contained.
Okay, thank you very much. But you see, this petition raises a number of issues, including electricity-related challenges, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So maybe let's start with the roads, and then we'll project the report on the electricity issues. Unfortunately, they're not here. But I think we do have, we do have the report, isn't it? We do have the report on the electricity issues in Langaville. Yeah, please check that. But so long, let's deal with the roads issues.
Okay. Thank you very much for the space. I just want to bring it to the petitioner's attention that this petition, it was forwarded to province and it was brought back to City of Ekurhuleni for the city's departments to give the comments and give a way forward regarding it. And how the city has recorded it, it has recorded it as petition number 134 of 2021. So should you want to make follow-ups with the city, you need to check with that reference number, item D PPP 134/2021. You've got it?
Yes, I did got it, sir.
Oh, okay. We've got the provincial reference number of that PP17C1121LO. But from the city side, that is a provincial referencing. And then from city side, we are referencing it in item D, PPP 134/2021. So in simple terms, you will say this was a petition number 134 submitted in 2021, Chairperson. Okay, so out of the service delivery issues raised in the petition, we picked up from roads that there was a request for speed humps along Gauteng Street in Extension 8 Langaville. And we did send our traffic engineers to go and do the assessment of whether the speed humps are warranted or not. And indeed, the speed humps were found to be warranted. However, due to high volume of requests of speed humps, in terms of prioritization, we could not prioritize it for 2021 and 2022 financial year. We managed to prioritize it for this financial year of 2023-2024. So meaning by end of this financial year, which is ending next year, June, we would have implemented 2 speed humps along Gauteng Street as the Roads and Stormwater Department. And then we will give the report.
I get why the project delay cover page report. Why are you not scrolling down the report? I agree, the petitioner must see the contents of the report. Otherwise, why do you project the screen of a report if you are not dealing with the content? So, as you are presenting this report, we want that it be the flow, because it's going to make it difficult for the Mavume to internalize what is being reported. Who is responsible? Ape mo are fitlhiselo mo. That Mavume re batla o iponele report we. Or when you engage with it, you must be satisfied.
Yes.
Okay, have we fixed it now? Have you fixed it? We don't want to be pausing because of these technical glitches. We want to flow. We really want to flow. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. I get what we do normally is that when we go into a community, we appoint service providers from that community. We try, you know. And then often at times there are these glitches. Yeah, so those are other challenges. So it's okay, maybe just recap so that you speak into the report. We want Ndate Mavume to see it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mavume. I think that is one of the components of the request from your petition signed by the petitioners in your area. And our departmental response is that we've done the investigation through our traffic engineering department, and we found out that 2 speed humps are warranted for Gauteng Street. And as a department, we have realized that we didn't have budget to can implement them during the previous 2 financial years. But in this financial year, we are able to implement. And we did respond to this petition, and I guess you have received. Yes, we did respond to this petition. I believe the principal or the lead petitioner has received the comments from the Roads and Stormwater Department, and we've committed to implement 2 speed humps by this financial year. The financial year is ending in June next year, and we will report back to the petitions office after the implementation of the 2 speed humps for the requested Gauteng Street. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Report. You want to say something?
No, hence like he just told me like everything to say that the budget.
Bolela godimo ku arul.
Sengangiphendulile like ushilo ukuthi angisho like khane bazolungisa kule term le.
Yeah, but are you happy with the report?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You are fine.
100.
Okay, so you will monitor that that commitment that in the next budgetary cycle, they will put up a two humps.
Traffic calming measures.
Traffic calming. The speed hump. Symbol, I mean speed hump.
Yeah, the speed hump.
So those speed humps will come. So it's okay. I think there's an acceptance to that effect. I'm not so sure whether members, you may want to say something. You are fine. And then you raise several other issues. Do we have a report on the electricity boxes, Langaville? Yeah, so we don't have a report on the meter boxes. We'll get it for you. No? Yeah, so energy seems to be a problem. Department of Energy seems to be a problem. And then there are other issues. Where isn't that the bread? In that the bread, are you still in housing? There's an issue there about structural encroachment. Who is responsible for that? Because Ndadeba Vume says, my yard is smaller than, or it's bigger.
No, it's small.
You argue in sizes. Okay, so there's the issue of size here. Okay, so we're going to get a response on the structural encroachment issues. And then there was also an issue of a park. I'm not so sure which unit is responsible for that. Are you also going to respond to that?
No, only encroachment.
A park.
Only encroachment.
No, that's what is sorted.
Oh, you now have got a park. Okay. And then unemployment, you know there's a nasty span. Yeah, so I think Panya Panya has attempted to respond on the issue of unemployment in Gauteng. What you will see is that a number of departments are trying to fill all the vacancies now. I want to encourage you to encourage other young people to apply for those posts. Of course, the reality is that government would not be able to hire out everybody who's unemployed. But then beyond unemployment, there are other opportunities that reside in government. There are funding agencies of the provincial government One of them happens to be Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. The other one happens to be the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. For those who are in the arts, who are in the sports, arts, culture, recreation, the department does from time to time intervene with funding opportunities. Those that are doing film, there's a Gauteng Films Commission. Again, those that are in agriculture, the Department of Agriculture does what they call inputs. When you have got a subsistence farming, so they can give you seeds, they can give you tools, and all of those things. I'm highlighting all of these things so that we not only look at employment to combat poverty, but we should also leverage other opportunities that resides with government. And I've only just mentioned Gauteng. For those of you who may still want to pursue your studies, the Department of Education facilitates bursary schemes, including the Office of the Premier. So there's a bursary scheme residing in the Office of the Premier. So we need to leverage all of these opportunities. But beyond that is that there's a youth advisory panel which assesses some of the needs that young people may have, especially as it relates to business. And they help young people to interface with your NYDA, your CEDA, your CETAs, and all of those things. So we need to explore all of these opportunities. But the immediate employment programs that are available now in government, it's the Nasispani programs. And on top of the Nasispani programs, every single department has got a program where they are taking up 6,000 young people as it relates to their departmental programs. So if it's agriculture, they've got those that are doing, cleaning on the streets, and what do you call this thing? Recycling. And so a whole range of, services. So it's a service basket. If you go to community safety, you have got the crime wardens. And if you go to social development, there's also those that are interacting with, facilities that are looking at vulnerable groups in our communities. So there's a range of those things. So we need to just zoom in and look into them. But if you are struggling, you may have to just interact with our office so that we link you or redirect you to all these relevant personnel that can help you, to give you additional information. We are fortunate in our committee, we've got the chairperson of the portfolio committee on health, that is Dr. Dikhameh. And then we also have got the chairperson of the portfolio committee on sports, arts, culture, recreation, who has just arrived. It's member Ndlov. And then there's also the chairperson of the portfolio committee on transport, but unfortunately, he's out of the country, so he could not join us today. So there's several chairpersons in the committee, including the chairperson of the portfolio committee on social development. So all of these chairpersons are very strategic in assisting you to unlock access. They are not saying they are going to give you jobs, but just access to be able to follow up on those specific issues. So I thought maybe let's respond to that as well. But let's take the municipality on the issue of so we do have the report on the electricity challenges. We'll just flag it as well. So let's deal with the aspect of the encroachment. If you can just introduce yourselves and then you speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nzwaki Matlo from City Planning Department. And I'm here with my colleague. I think he'll also introduce himself.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Godfrey Rakivani. I'm a manager in building control. Thank you.
Yes, I've just given the laptop.
Yeah, na ke bereka ka di-reports, ngwana ke bereke ka di-verbal. So, I don't know, ka tsokola- eh? Yeah, please, let's flight it. Is it not possible that they can send you those reports? And then you, Yeah, maybe let's do that so that we don't have to call for reports as and when.
Now it's short.
You can proceed.
Okay. Greetings, honorable committee members. Greetings to the petitioner, the community at large, and my fellow colleagues. Once we received this petition for encroachment, we've sent our land surveyor on site to investigate if indeed there is an encroachment on R5474. And we found that there was no encroachment. However, upon further desktop investigation, we found that the encroachment is actually on the property at the back of the petitioner's property, where an encroachment is on R5436 from R5435. And an advice was given to the owner of R5435 as the encroacher. We requested him to ensure that he rectifies the encroachment, since there are no bylaws or policies for us as a department to enforce encroachment. Legally, encroachment, it's matter that is between the two neighbors, and it needs to be taken to court for the complainant to get a court order so that the encroacher can fix it. So we did advise him, the encroacher and even the neighbor, that the route that she needs to take going forward is to ensure that they appoint an attorney and take the matter to court. Can I get a next slide just to give a picture of our findings? Next slide, please. Please zoom it in. Okay. The highlighted property 5474, which is in blue, it's the petitioner's property, and as you can see, there is no encroachment. I think his complaint was that seeing that his neighbor at the back has a bigger property and a bigger erven, he thought actually someone encroached on his erven, only to find out his back neighbor is the one who encroached on someone, on their other neighbor. So from our department, what we normally do on encroachment, we give them advices and procedures on how to follow and fix them, because we do not have any bylaws or policies for us to enforce any encroachment on private properties. Thank you.
So, that is the report. Do you want to say something?
This one,
You are lying the mic.
You're right now, then.
You are fine.
Yeah, I'm right now.
Now you are fine with everything. So,
Let's serious, I'm right
Eh?
now. Labor source, office in Baba right now.
so you are fine, or they've done that work. Ne?
Yes.
Okay. So we applaud you. So we applaud the municipality for having done that work. They were so these are the kind of reports that we want to see. I mean, there's a demonstration that when a petition is being sent to them, there are steps that are taken. There's a process, there's an investigation. So we really appreciate, we really want to appreciate having gone an extra mile to investigate, to look into these issues. I mean, you even exposed or no, it's not who that the Mavume thought was, you know, the perpetrator, not the perpetrator, the culprit. And you sort of gave a proper advice around how to best remedy the situation. So that the Mavume, the law clinics, when you don't have money. Ne? When you don't have money for a lawyer, you can go to a law clinic. Normally, they are associated with universities. You can go to them, they open a file for you, and then they take instructions from you to assist you to remedy the situation. They can go to court on your behalf, or a neighbor how must correct the boundary lines of the property. Again. So maybe you might want to explore that avenue. But of course, there's also what we call the Legal Practice Council. You can go to them, request the assistance on this specific issue. And then there are lawyers who do a pro bono work. So they can do it for you for free as part of a rendering community a service. So it is an obligation that they have. So you might want to explore those avenues so that you cause for the necessary corrections.
And
So
Chair, just to be clear, there's no encroachment on his property. It's his back neighbors that are on that.
have encroached. So
Yes,
also it's not
his
you.
is fine, it's not encroached on anybody or nobody encroached him. It's his back neighbors that have that problem. So probably when he saw that his neighbor at the back has a bigger property, he thought there's something wrong, but his property is fine.
I want to encourage him to be a good neighbor, to give them the advice that we are giving him.
Yes, yes.
So take this advice, go and give it to your neighbor, so that they go to those specific establishments. Yeah, so thank you very much. I really
Thank you.
appreciate. Let's get the report on the electricity issue, and then we finalize on this petition. I really hope you are not going to do this to and fro to get the reports. You know, it's becoming annoying. Where's the report, electricity report? I requested that it be projected. I mean, we can't have a to and fro every time there's a petition. Surely, you needed to have organized better. So that them have dealing with yeah, electricity, ne? Yeah. Irrigate report by present.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I must just indicate we have spoken to Ndate Matlanya. Ndate Matlanya. There's a transport arrangement. He'll be here, so we said he must come. Again, he might have been failed by the transport service provider. Am I lying, man?
Yes, Chair, you are correct.
Yeah. Rona re ya go bo Tembisa ra go bo Foslo re tsa batho ba community re thuseng ka transport ka catering, and then often we are being failed by yourselves. a ke re la e utlwa a re itlela batho ba rena lalwa ke mare ba lona e re no etsang eng leng re phela re na le di-disappointment, so we really need to improve on that one. So here is the report, you can see it on the screen. I give you a report to you. Account in areas 5008. Another one 5475. It's also in area 6.8. Last transactions were in July of 2021. So you will see that there's a number of outstanding arrears. Can you see it? So that might. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you. So there are two issues. Because in your petition, you were saying the meter boxes were stolen. And then there's also a malfunction, am I lying?
That's true.
Yeah, stolen. And malfunctioning. So which one is it? Is it stolen or malfunctioning?
They were being stolen, and they took time to replace them. Even till today,
Do you maybe have, because what we did not have as part of the petitions were attachments to indicate that you will have sent to the municipality?
No.
Because we wanted to hold them against what you will have sent to them in reporting the stolen meters. Because you see their response says when the meters are stolen, you need to report them through available reporting platforms. And I know ordinarily you can even, confer with the councillor. You can tell the councillor that certain meters have been stolen, and then the councillor will generate the list of all the affected meters and then share with the municipality. So you may need to furnish us with any proof of you having written to the municipality, if that was the case. And which ward is this? Do you know which ward it is?
It's Ward 79.
Ward 79?
Yes.
Who's your ward councillor?
It's Njabulo. The previous councillor.
The current councillor, not previous.
Oh, Njabulo.
Njabulo?
I'm not sure about
Njabulo who?
His surname, I'm not sure about.
But it's Ward 79?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll find that councillor for you, and then we'll request him. Come again? Oh, Mbonani. Jabulo Mbonani. So if we can just record, and then immediately after this thing, it shouldn't be a difficult thing.
Okay.
To report. I mean, to report should not be a problem. But you must also leverage that platform. You saw it in the report. Record it formally, and then we can also request the councillor to sort of help you out, in following it up. Is it okay?
Fine.
Okay. So thank you very much. Members, is there anything? Well, okay. So thank you very much, and that mavume. Let's take the next one. Agar Labona were not leaving anything to chance. Can you see? Let's take the next one.
Thank you, Chair. The next one will be, while we are waiting for Mr. Matlanya, the next one will be formalization and request for services Barcelona. Chair. No, he's going to deal with this one. It's the last for him.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm missing the summary here. Share. Oh, okay, no, thanks, Chair. Formalization and request for services, Barcelona Ward 27, extension 34. The petitioner is Mr. Spamandlam Kumani. Mr. Spamandlam Kumani. Thank you, Chair. The petitioner is Mr. Spamandlam Kumane, who is submitting this petition on behalf of the residents of Barcelona, Informal Settlement Extension 34, who alleges that Barcelona Informal Settlement was formed 28 years ago and consists of more than 100 households. He alleges that the municipality has dispensed chemical toilets for communal use. However, they require additional toilets to dispense, as the toilets dispensed are not enough for all the residents. He alleges that politicians have made numerous promises to the community during election campaign to garner votes from the committee members. After election campaigns, politicians have not honored their commitments. He alleges that there is no development in the area, and when they request services and development, they are constantly told that the area has not yet been proclaimed, while there are RDP houses built in the area which has not been proclaimed. They request for the proclamation of land and in the interim be dispensed additional chemical toilets. Chair, the petition was before the committee for consideration and adoption. It was adopted, referred to City of Ekurhuleni for investigation and reporting on the 20th of September 2022. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is the summary of the petition. Kimang Spamandla. Yeah, can you just confirm whether we have not left out everything?
Engathi khona la engayizwa kahle khona. Lapha ekutheni khona sicela i-additional yama-chemical toilet cha. Thina esicelayo sicela ukuthi sithole ama-permanent structure, ama-toilet lawa aflashayo, not ama-chemical or ama-temporary structure. Ngoba siceliswa
Okay,
ukuthi
so that is what you want?
Yes.
Permanent structures?
Yes.
Okay. But your petition was saying chemical.
No. Chemical, we don't need any chemical because community before sicela ugesi sasize khona legislation yayiwashisile ama-chemical toilet ngoba ingawadingi vele. So kuye kwaphoqa ukuthi masifika lana kukhulunywe nomasipala waseGruleni ukuthi impela awulungisela abantu, wajikajika usitshela ngazo zonke into zama-dramatic nani kwaze kwagcina kuvunyelwene ukuthena ugesi ungene. So ke yabona njengamanje le ama-chemical kusho ukuthi khona umuntu osabotage i-petition.
All right. No, are tshware fela mo, because I want them to give us a report. Ne?
Yes.
Do we have a report? Can we? I should not ask you to present to project the report. You should know. Why are we struggling with an easy thing? Ndade Bradley, you know, this is not the first time. You will remember. It's not the first time we're interacting with the petitioners from a Barcelona on more or less the same issues. You remember I visited your offices. When was it? Earlier in the year. Was it earlier in the year, Mrs.? Yeah, earlier in the year we visited your offices. And one of the stubborn issues was the Barcelona issues. And it comes back through another petition. Where are we now? Because it's not a new issue. You know, why are we not able to move? Because I want us to be honest. And not give false hope. What is the stumbling block? Why can't we intervene decisively here?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On this one, we are collaborating with the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. And then I'm sure in this report that we submitted, we will be able to outline or how far are we and what is still outstanding. My colleague will just take us through then.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and the members and the community at large. On the issue of the houses that are being requested, we had a challenge, Honorable Chair, at Total Extension 34 of overpopulation. Indeed, there is a construction going on. The houses are continuing in the project in the area, and the issue of the formalization. Unfortunately, development planning is not here. But I was told last night before I came here, because I also requested the report, I was informed that they are just waiting for the signature from HOD to approve. Otherwise, they are in the process of appointing the service provider to formalize the area. Thank you, Chair.
We're waiting for the service providers to do what?
To do the formalization of the area, so that, okay, I did indicate, Chair, that we have a challenge of the overpopulation in the area. So now it's just a matter of formalizing the area and also identifying the land where we can build for the people that are located in the transit area. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So, the issue of the toilets, maybe let's move past the issue of the houses, because as you are saying, it requires a formalization first. The issue of the toilets, what is our response there?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the chemical, my apology.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, and members, community members, fellow colleagues. My name is Edwin Murulani, and I'm from the Water and Sanitation Department in the city. Chair, I'm going to clarify the issue of chemical toilets. Chair, as we speak, at this current moment, the area is informal settlements. And the level of sanitation service we can provide to the community, it's a chemical toilet, because the area is not formalized yet. While the Human Settlements Department is undertaking this process of land proclamation, the level of service we can provide is chemical toilets. I'm just worried when the petitioners are saying that they do not want these chemical toilets. And I don't take this lightly, Chair, because in the past, yes, the same community they rejected and banned the chemical toilets that we provided in the past. So now we just need clarity as water and sanitation, whether these chemical toilets are required or not. If they are not, then we might as well remove them before they get banned. Thank you, Chair.
Ndaten Kumani, so that is the report. And number one on the formalization process, or there's a bit of movement. Do we sort of have an idea? Because we're saying a service provider will be appointed soon. How soon? Can we maybe give an estimate? What is a time frame that we can reasonably work with?
Can I confirm that, Chair, after I interacted with my superiors, because at the moment I was told that they are just waiting for the signature from the HOD.
So it can take a month, 2 months, the signature.
I will make a follow-up, Chair, and maybe it could be a week or two.
Okay, so yeah, because it was getting a sense around when authorization would be received was going to give us a sense, you know. So it places us in an awkward position. So I want us to give us ourselves a reasonable time. I want to give it a month. Let's say worst case scenario, it's a month.
Noted, Chair.
Ne? Worst case scenario, today it's the 1st, by a month end of September. Surely a signature can't take over a month. Is it only one signature?
I was told that it's just waiting for HOD's signature, Honorable Chair.
And then the service provider gets appointed?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. So why you done that there is permanent? They are saying there's a bit of uncertainty around when authorization will be received. So I'm saying, because there's a lot of bureaucracy in departments, I want to give them a solid month. And I could easily say a week or two, but I don't want that tomorrow there's another excuse, or hey, we did not have a sufficient time, but a month should be sufficient. I get it. So that's on the formalization. And how I read this petition is that formalization affects any other thing that can go into Barcelona. So up until you have formalized the area, nothing can move. Essentially, that's what you are saying. Again. So even the issue around a request or a demand for permanent ablution facilities will not materialize because the area is not formalized. And as I understand, you might not have spoken to it. You need to do a stormwater, sewerage, pipelines, and all of those things. And those can only be done when we are formalized. Okay. So I don't know whether you have got anything to say to this report.
No, kahle kahle ngibona ngazathi ani respect i-right yami kahle kahle. Njengomhlali wase South Africa futhi nje kahle kahle aningihloniphe lokho kwangempela. Hayi mhlawumbe uthi niyadlala. Ongangukuthi yabona nje ngendlela enikhuluma ngayo nami kuba ngazathi mhlawumbe anikwayinini anizazi ukuthi ngama official. Noma mhlawumbe anazi ukuthi siyanivotela ngendlela enikhuluma ngayo. Uyabona? Ngilida mina. Njengani njengoba ngama leader. Yabona? Uku-understanda ngiya-understanda but ngendlela enenza ngayo nikhombisa ukuthi anisiwa ama-leader futhi ningabantu enedelela umphakathi ngendlela enenza ngayo. Ngizonitshela nje into eyi-1 mina. Ngibhala i-petition concerning i-issue yama-toilet nge-problem eyenziwe yini eGruleni. Ninochuku nina kubantu. Nisifice sihleli kuleya ndawo siyidlalele. Nafike nathi nizosilungisela leya ndawo. Uma nithi nisilungisela le ndawo niyalungisa niyadayisa ngoba ama-official ayidayisela abanye abantu abangenama-ID abafaka ama-RDP. Yabona? Senikwenzile lokho nishiya thina ngaphandle. Kunama-RDP aniproclaimile indawo. Thina asinayo indawo. I-right yami njengo-section 12 states ukuthi ngine-right yokuthi ngibe ne-shelter, ngibe ne-security. Mina ngifuna ukwazi njengoba ngiwumhlali South Africa kufanele ngihlale emkhukhwini nginethe kuze kube nini ngiphinde ngivotele nina how many years Malita yazi lento imbi kakhulu ngoba kunezalukazi seyigugeza shona lapha yakuleya ndawo zashiya ingane zazo zishiye egangeni zingenandawo niyadlala nina namanje nibhizi nidlala ngomphakathi so ngifuna ukunitshela mina asifiki thina kuleya ndawo nithe qala ni doromatic sanitshela sathi indawo edoromatic emanifuna indawo edoromatic hambani nibheke uModap lapha yana uko Springs nibheke oBinoni indawo ezinamamayini ngaphansi kwazo ezingabe zithiwa ziyawela kwanehlula lokho ugesi nofaya ngoba nakho sile kwakunabo obrimhotsi la sikhuluma nabo sifuna kusewumuntu kungubela imeya sikhuluma nabo sifuna ugesi na ufaya ngenkani lokho nisiphoqa nisitshela ngama high master nisitshela ngazo zonke izinto lezi nisitshela ngamalokho ngamasola so manje nidlala futhi manje ipolitiki namanje anifuni ukulungisa nifaka ama toilets lapha because nifuna ukuphusha ama agenda wenu endaweni yethu ehlele kuyona Malidi ngifuna ukusho mina lapha kuleya ndawo lokwaqala sasivotele ANC bese umphakathi ovotele ANC besithandile kodwa kubhlungu nje ngendlela okwenzakala ngayo ngomuntu oza lapha nazikhombisa ukuthi ngempela kuyedelelwa futhi kahle kahle kuyiswa lapha yabo kwenzakalani ikhansela leANC liyaphuma kungena ikhansela leANC livotele umphakathi uma lifika ikhansela leANC alazi ukuthi ena kwenzakalani kukhulunywa ngani kodwa likhansela lenhlangano eyodwa anhandovelani nomsebenzi kuya kumasipala lo wakhona la eGrulini kwakuwumuntu ukungubele imeya la angisakubani nje lokuthi kuzoze kube umzwandile kuzoze njoba bese kuqala ukushintsha ke manje kungena iDA kumoshakala izinto ngikhuluma ukuthi kusase iANC anazi ukuthi kwakuvunyelwene ngani lana ngoba phela kwakuyi legislation sasiye kuyona sikhalaza ngale nto kwavunyelwana ukuthi asinikezwe iservice because lapha besingabahlala bebehleli ndawonye nasidivide nini senisitshela ngama formalization manje nisitshela ngama proclamation manje zonke lezi zinto ziseyivela ngathi manje ekubene eqaleni lezi zinto lezi zazingavelanga ngani sanibona manje ukuthi konakele lapha why ningasale niqhubha konakala kuyaphambili wavele yini nimoshile nizoyilungisa kanjani yona le nto kuyimanje wa still noma nithi nifuna ukulungisa ayinto ezolunga lapha imess even imigwaqweni ithi niyakhile lapha ipoor service imigwaqo yakhona ayinama drain igcwele amanzi phezulu manifuna ukuthi sikhulume ngento eniyenze lapha nje kahle kahle icela nenze into eyi1 sifakelena ama toilet because mani ngak-understand ukuthi thina singabasa South Africa sifike thina sithenganga kuleliswa futhi thina sibowa sifikanga nemithwalo la singabala so ngicela i-report mina concerning i-petition yami ngidinga i-flushing toilet ne-RDP ukuze ngikhona ukuyibona ngumhlalo la eSouth Africa sengathi angazi ukuthi ama-temporary structure athatha isikhathi singanani andikina kusiyinto yabo 6 months le nto leyo umuntu efika endaweni mina sengineminyaka emingaki ngilapha yana usazongifakela ama-temporary ungitshela ngama-chemical toilet awufuni uku-understand i-issue engisho kuwena ufuna ungitshela wena because wena uhlele wena endlini e-right hlele kwi-subside wena ingane yakhe ihamba la ithanda khona iphila impilo ephilayo thina ezethu ingane kufanele zenjani iphile kuphi
okay
ngicela i-report Malita ngicela i-report angidingi lento eniyikhulumayo ngicela i-report because uMandela ustatile ukuthi if ninga-act kumele si-act against nina because niyasifeyila mos ma ukuthi i-freedom charter aniyazi noma aniyifundi kusho ukuthi anikanazi ukuthi nihamba ngayiphi imandate anizazi ukuthi nimephi kahle kahle so ngicela i-report Malita nizodlala ngathi lana
all right so thank you very much wait yeah so maybe let's do this because you all will appreciate our responsibility or our role is that when we receive a petition and because we want to be as frank and transparent so when we receive a petition similarly to what we'll have done, we referred to the relevant authority, and in this case, the municipality. And the municipality has got different structures, divisions, units, and all of those things. And they give us a report. And I'm assuming that the report should be in accordance with the resolutions of council, including applicable frameworks. So they give us a report that says, we've got an intention of developing Barcelona. But in order for us to be able to do that, the area which is an informal settlement needs to be formalized so that you can have a bulk water, bulk services. Isn't it? So you can have sewer pipes, you can have water pipes, electricity lines. And so they say, for us to be able to do that, we need to formalize the area. And hence, the number one issue is that how far is the process? And they said, well, we're just awaiting a signature. And although it's a bit bizarre that we must wait for a signature so long, we then say, let's give the municipality a month so that we get the signature, which will then result in the appointment of a service provider who's going to coordinate the entire process of formalizing the area. And the assumption is that once the area has been formalized, there will be consequent processes that follow to put up permanent structures, including sewerage, system, storm, water, identifying electricity lines. At least that is how I'm understanding it. Ne? Am I understanding it correctly? Or I want to understand it correctly? Well, we know from other informal settlements that we have dealt with. So I don't want to venture that part as much because it might be a process that is followed across the board. I'm just worried about, so there's an issue that is surfacing about the area being dolomatic, which was said by the municipality. So I want you to just give us an indication. Because a couple of months back, I was dealing with a very sensitive issue of an area in West Rand called Kuzo. The area is falling down, you know? And so it undermines the houses. Houses are collapsing, they're caving in. So this assertion that the area is dolomatic, I want you to confirm it or disapprove it or disprove it. And then Ndates Pamandla says there's a number of commitments that were made towards fast-tracking the formalization, but also having permanent structures. I'm not so sure, Spamandla, when you said commitments, were these commitments to build the permanent toilets? Or was it just about formalizing the area?
Indeed, it was for bringing permanent structures. Well, they was even asked that, what will we need the most? Then we said we need electricity. Then they given us electricity. Then they didn't proceed. I was working with Mulaying on that time, when the previous chairperson on 2015. Yeah.
Need reblocking. Does the area need reblocking? But I want to get a sense of these issues.
It does need the reblocking, Chair, but with the issue of dolomite, so what has happened is we have gotten a service provider on the houses that are built, as the petitioner said. There's a service provider that was appointed, and then they recommended that we build on a worst case scenario so that at least we strengthen the foundations that are built so that there are no issues with the structures of the houses. Thank you.
Yeah, but how long? Do we have a geotech report?
Yes, there is a geotech report, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, you know my anxiety, and I don't want to introduce this new discussion because you may do soil fortification, but even that is not a permanent solution. You know, it's only for a while because a dolomatic bedrock in itself is unstable, so it moves. When it rains, it moves. When there's a spillage from your sewerage clogging, it moves, you know? So it might undermine, but yeah, maybe let's not have that discussion. So I want us to define a process ultimately. Is that we not sure?
Sorry, Chair, to help you.
Please.
Yeah, the dolomatic place they found on the place where they built the RDPs. Yeah, the dolomatic place, they found it. Yeah, that place is wet, it's full of water, but they already built an RDP houses and the church of Makula, what we call, yeah. Yeah, so they're sitting on a dramatic place. We are not affected on that.
Yeah, maybe let's refrain from saying that. I agree. We're on a parliament. We're in parliament.
Yes.
Right? And you see, we're streaming live, so we may be on the news. So maybe just apologize for that part because it might be read in an awkward fashion because there may be Indian communities which are tuning in, who are following our meeting. So we don't want to be discriminated. So if we can just retract the use of that description.
Can you give me the straight name for them? Because we used to call them Amakula.
No, we don't. They take exception to it. So I'm appealing to you, or let's retract it and apologize for it.
Yeah, leadership, I want to apologize, but my problem is that I will repeat make the same mistake.
Let's unreservedly apologize for it.
Okay, apologize for saying.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But I also need a correction because, as I said, I don't know the name.
Spa, let's deal with your issue. You see, I don't want us to deal with side issues. Let's deal with this issue. You were explaining to me about the RDP house. Let's leave that one. We have apologized for it. It's okay. Let's deal with the RDP issues.
Yes, on the RDP, they already built on that wet place. So then lately, they said we are in a dolomatic place. Then we called them to come and check the dolomatic thing. Then they found it that they are the one who committed the mistake with the previous people that they've been helped. We are not affected on that, what we call a dolomatic place. So they're targeting our place to fulfill their things. Yeah, to fulfill their, what we call business stuff and what. What?
Lying.
Yeah.
That the place is affected by
dolomatic.
Is under a dolomatic rock.
Yes.
So you are disagreeing with them.
I'm disagreeing with them.
Okay. Do we have a report? Do we have a report on it?
Chair, there is a report that talks to the soil condition and classification.
You share that report with us. Ne? Can you share that report with us?
I will submit it, Chair.
Yeah, I appreciate so that we can also share Lebo Spaman. So, Spa, I'll try to get the report, and then we can go through it and see whether the issues that are being raised are validated. So I want us to move closer towards a conclusion on this matter. We've given you a month.
No,
to conclude the process of the appointment of a service provider. We're going to wait the report. And then in the report, if you can just give us an indication of the timelines for a number of other things that can come about after the formalization, you know, whether it's the setting of the formal toilets, might even extend, you know, so the entire package, a bulk services, you know, I think we would really appreciate that. And then we can then take it from that report, you know, because I dread saying go and build. Unfortunately, our limitation is that we can't impose. We can't say go and build permanent toilets, because we would be undermining the municipal council. That's what we call a municipal council, you know. But we can follow up on the commitments that you have made. And I'm happy because you are saying there is a commitment and a process to formalize. Once the formalization has been done, we'll come on the issue around setting up of a permanent structures. Ne? Can we do it that way, Spa?
No, i-problem yami ukuthi uma usho kanjalo ngididwa into eyi-one mina ukuthi senibona manje ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kwenziwe i-formalization kodwa sekunama-RDP lapha and lama-RDP avela bekungawethu Phela hayi ukuthi siyafika kuleya ndawo. Bekungama RDP akhe nama toilet bengawethu. Sishiwe ngaphandle thina ngoba bona bethi okay allocate abantu safaka abantu ezindlini sibanikeza ikey. And then kwabe sekuthenga abantu bagcwala abantu ezindlini then sasala ngaphandle thina. Yabona? So ke manje sekwenziwe formalization kanjani manje ngoba nganathi ngabe siyakhelwa phela. Silungiselwe bese kuformalizwa sekuformalizelwa wonke umuntu. If kuyaformalizwa njengamanje bakhulunywa proclamation nje kuzochange kushuthi kithina kube industrial because thina phela kushuthi ngamema sizobe sesingabantu abanjani obvious asekuyithina manje sesirong esesendaweni enjani eforma. So ukukhuluma iqiniso leadership mina bengicela ukuthi uma ngabe kwalungiselwa abanye abantu bafakelwa ama RDP ngaformaliziwe asifakelwe ama RDP nathi bese kuyafonyalizwa ke ngoba vele kwakufakelwa abanye abantu sihle phela endawo iyodwa nje kanje umakhelwane wami mangikhuluma mhlawumbe nje oba behlela ama leader lapha umakhelwane wami une RDP mina ngila.
Is it the same land portion?
Yes.
Or disaggregated?
Thank you, Chair. The petitioner is partially correct. However, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The area that we are talking about, there are close to 3.366 RDP houses that have been constructed. The part that he's referring to is the one that is going to be formalized now.
So that different portion.
So that they can also benefit from this process.
Okay. So they were not treating it as a whole. It's a different land portions. It might be within the same environs, but the other one has not been formalized, the other formal. I'll give an example. If you let me use Alexander. Let me use Alexander. Behind Alexander, there is what we call Weinberg. If you remember the story of Alexander. And then Alexander was at some point an informal settlement. But Weinberg was a suburbia. You know, they are within the same environs. But the other one formalized, the other one not formalized. So it's two different land portions. I'm not so sure whether you understand. Otherwise, they would have built the entire RDP, rolled out the entire RDP program, even on the other portion.
Leadership laphana ngiyakuzwa lokho kushoyo futhi ngiyakunderstand. Inkinga iyodwa isekuthenini njengoba le ndawo kushiwo isendaweni eyodwa nje obuhlukanisa uthi ngaba sendaweni eyodwa kodwa manje kuba ukuthi mhlawumbe ekhona engaformaliziwe nenjani. Iproblem yalapha yana ukuthi bayenze kanje bona badayise indawo thina sihleli kuyona for ukuthi bona bafuna ukufaka imall la khona ehlezi khona basiplanela bona ukuthi bona bafuna ukumuva thina siye la bona bacabanga khona ukuthi singaya khona. Then thina sakwala lokho sathi no, uma ngabe ukuthi nifuna indawo yemall sinayo thina indawo yemall kunedamu laphana elifree elingagcwala amanzi akhona ahleze engekho ngaso sonke isikhathi. Imall indawo yesomabhizinisi yakhana imall lapho vele siyayithanda imall kodwa hayi la ehlezi khona nakhela ubani imall uma ngabe nikhipha thina. Manje baphusha istrategy sokufaka imigwaqo, baphusha strategy sokufaka iclinic. Siyayifuna lezo zinto zibalekile kodwa lezi zinto ngendlela esifuna ngayo hayi ukuthi kususwe abanye abantu noma kwenziwe. Ikhona indawo yalezo zinto khona lapha thina siyibonile, sihlalile phansi nokhansela sakhuluma naye. Thina esikushoyo ukuthi abasilungisele manje bona bathini hayi sifuna ukuthi senze iformalization. I-dark and dive le ndaba zale formalization hayi ukuthi khona into efuna ukuformalize because thina lapha sihlaliswe yibona bathi ashiya indawo ngemuva for ukuthi bona bazoqhamuka namagandaganda behambe laphana kungena ama toilet babevumile vele.
Maybe let's do this because I don't want us to have a secular discussion. And unfortunately we can't say to the municipality go and build the permanent toilets. We don't have powers to do that. They are a municipality or a legislature. It's the executive against the parliament, you know. And unfortunately the law does not allow us to impose ourselves. They are saying we will have to proclaim, we will have to formalize first before other things can happen. So we've given them a month. At the fall of the month, we are going to follow up through a report. Or now that you have formalized, what are the next steps? You know, unfortunately, from where we are seated, we are unable to say, go and build the chemical toilets. You know, and I'm not in any way dismissing the issues that you are raising about other commitments that were made, or you were moved, there are intentions to build the malls and all of those things. But the land portion where you are residing, there's a report that says it needs to be formalized. So we're saying, well, it's all well and good. Go and formalize it. So that following from that formalization, there can be other services that you render. You know, bulk services that you render. And I'd really want to leave it at that. We're going to await the report, and then we'll be able to follow up on the other issues that you will have raised in the petition. Setting up of the permanent ablution facilities, including the other bulk services that needs to go into a proper human settlement. You know, so I really, members, I'm not so sure whether you may want to come in. Yeah, we have given you, I can really feel a month. A month. We'll give you a month. And we said in the report that you are going to give us, create a section that will take us through the rollout of the bulk services. I get it, they are different. So you will just indicate what are the timelines, and then we can work around that. Because to have a secular discussion is not going to land us anywhere, you know. We really need to have a defined process. And it starts with the point where you will have formalized the area, you know. And I really hope, as you commit to this month, that it's not going to be postponed indefinitely. At the end of this month, you are not going to say, no, October. In October, December, no. Surely a signature can be, if it so happens that you receive this authorization within a week, please update us. So let's not wait for a month. Update us. Alright? We now have received this signature. We're in the process of appointing a service provider, so that we can also be able to update the Bondate Spamandla. So we're going to leave it at that. We're going to leave it at that. We'll follow up as soon as we've received the report. So thank you very much for that. I want us to take the next 2 sets of petitions.
Yeah, but mina ukukhuluma iqiniso ngibona ngazathi kahle kahle che uyangifeyila kwanawe nje ngendlela ongayo. Uyangifeyila in street ngoba wena indlela ongayo uthatha ama side ukuthi wena usebenzela ugovernment awunandaba nabantu futhi awufuni ukuthi uunderstand ngendlela thina esiconsent ngayo njoba ngisho nje manje niphusha formalization thina sifuna ama toilet mina niphusha formalization yenu uba umuntu ofuna formalization ngoba thina zange sifuna formalization
ke batla le ntlhalwanyeng sechaba ne akere I must not lie to you. I really want to explain something to you. The parliament of Gauteng is subject to the laws of the country. We function in accordance to legal frameworks. And what you will see is that the municipality has got a number of legislations. A number, over 7. There's the Municipal Systems Act, there's the Municipal Structures Act, Municipal Demarcations Act, and several other pieces of legislation. But there's also what we call separation of powers. I want to explain it quickly. At national, what you will see is that you have got parliament, which has got 2 houses, NCOP, National Assembly. And then you have got what we call the National Executive, which is where departments are, different departments. And then you will have the judiciary, our court of laws. In the province, we have got a similar arrangement, except that we don't have a provincial courts. But we have got the provincial legislature, which is essentially parliament. And then we have got the provincial executive council, which are departments. And then you go below, you have got what you call a municipal council, which is a municipal parliament, where all of your councillors are. And then out of that, we have got what we call a mayoral executive committee, where MMCs are. So, when we received the petition from Ndades Pamandla, and by the way, that petition was supposed to go to the municipality. Again, because a municipality has got what we call Section 79 committees, where issues that Ndades Pamandla has raised were supposed to go. But Ndades Pamandla, having skipped that part, submitted a petition with us. We didn't dismiss that petition. We took it in and adjudicated over that petition. And upon realizing that it relates to the municipality, we referred it to the municipality. Municipality, give us a response on this petition, which essentially speaks about the setting up of ablution facilities. Again, then the municipality comes to us with a report. It says, we're unable to do that at this time around, because in order for us to be able to do that, we need to formalize the area. So this issue of formalization, I'm not the one who's bringing it. It is the response of the municipality. Now, Rona as parliament, we can't dictate, otherwise we will be breaching the separation of powers. We can only facilitate interventions. And what is the intervention that we are facilitating? Is that we are saying to the municipality, now that you have committed yourself to formalizing the area, and that after formalization, it is only then that you can render bulk services. We are saying we are giving you a month so that we receive an updating report. And so we are not abandoning this issue. Unfortunately, what we can't do in this meeting is to say, go and build the permanent toilets. We can't do that in law, because we are also lawmakers. So we can't break the law to please anybody, but we can facilitate interventions. If it was possible for us to say, build the clinic, we're going to say it. And that is why even on the previous petitions, we could not say build the clinic immediately, because there must be a process which is followed in government. And so we are saying, Pamandla, the municipality must go back, finalize their processes, and once those processes are finalized, they must give us an updating report on how they are going to deal with the issues around setting over the permanent toilets. That is what we are saying. That is what we are saying. One of the things that we don't want to do, we don't want to come into these meetings and lie to you. We don't want to give you false hope. Because the moment we do that, it means tomorrow, when you write a petition or no, I want my child to go to something high, you will expect me to say, Department of Education, take this young person, he or she must be in something high school. I can't do that. The committee unfortunately can't do that. And by the way, I indicated we're a multi-party committee, and I'm sure there's no differing view on the way forward that we'll ever came up with. So we're not abandoning this issue. We're not saying we're closing this petition. We're still going to follow up on this petition based on the report that we are waiting for. That is it. You see? So that is the way forward that we're coming up with. Unfortunately, we are limited on how we can announce ourselves. We don't want to lie to you. It would be unjustifiable. I can be charged. You see, I can be taken to task just by saying the municipality must do something that it says it can't do now. Remember everything in government, and you can look at the Constitution. The Constitution says there are processes of government that needs to be respected, chapter 6. But furthermore, go to section 36 of the Constitution. It says government does what it does based on the availability of resources. So I can't, as a member of parliament, undermine the Constitution. So that is our way forward. We are going to await this report, and then once this report has came, we'll then be able to update Bondades Pamandla, and follow up. So we're going to walk this path with you, Ndades Pamandla, as we have started it. We had an option of rejecting this petition. Part of the powers that we have is that we could have easily rejected this petition, but we did not reject it. We said, let's take it in, and then we'll walk with it. And that's exactly what we're doing. Unfortunately, it is a process. Rona, we're not magicians. We're not going to resolve issues overnight. Others of the issues that you are requesting us to assist you on are subject to a process. And I really hope you understand that part. So thank you very much for that. I want us to move to the other petitions as well.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to deal with 3.3 and 3.9, Mayfield, service delivery issues coming out from Mayfield. 3.3 and 3.9, that is Mayfield, Chair.
Can we settle down so that we can hear this petition? We are going to combine the two petitions of Mayfield because they are coming from the same ward, and then we'll deal with them at a go. So we are going to request the Mayor Joyce Pule, the Mayor Joyce Pule. Okay, Mayor Joyce Pule le Mayor Vivian Ngomo. Mayor Vivian Ote. If you can join us on the front table.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first one that was submitted by Mayor Joyce Pule, it's registration number PP23B 0821LO. She's an adult female who resides at Mayfield Ward 96, submitting this petition on behalf of the residents, who alleges that the roads have potholes and some streets do not have drainage system. She also states that during heavy rains, the area becomes flooded. The floods are perilous as the floods have caused structural damage to many houses in the community. She alleges that service delivery in their community is riddled with corruption as the municipality constantly appoints the same contractors as he has indirect interest in the company and the ward councillor. Mr. Mashala is inadvertently involved in the executions of projects in the community. As per our account, the municipality does not inspect nor oversee the implementation of the project. The second one that was submitted by Mayor Vivian Nkomo, registration number PP13B0821. She's an adult female submitting this petition on behalf of the residents of Mayfield, who alleges that there was a housing development project in Mayfield Extension 6, and it was discovered that approximately 50 houses were built with low quality material and were not well constructed as the houses have large cracks. She also alleges that many beneficiaries of the development project in Extension 6 are not the intended beneficiaries. The beneficiaries do not have identity documents, which indicates that the allocation process was riddled with unscrupulous conduct by officials. On the 23rd of November 2017, a task team from the Department of Human Settlement was assigned to quality check the construction of RDP houses of Extension 5. However, the developers hindered the task team from investigating. She also alleges that the developer is selling sites earmarked for community facilities. Chair, both petitions were adopted by the committee, referred to responding authority for consideration and responses. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so maybe let's get Mayor Pulele, Mayor Ngomo, just to confirm the accuracy of the two petitions.
Good afternoon, community members, and through you, Chairperson, thank you very much. The petition is correct.
Ngomo.
Morning, everyone.
Mina baba ngisalele emuva because kwakunendaba yekliniki even nezitrato. Ngibona la izingafakwanga. Ikliniki, police station, even nendaba yezitrato ayikho la kule petition.
It has not captured everything. Okay. Do we have the original form? I just want to quickly check the original form because give me choice, ne?
Vivian Kom.
Or Mama Nkom. I just quickly want us to check. Where is it? The limitation is in extending the petition. Ordinarily, we take your petition as is. We have found it. Eh? Okay, we have it. But that one is written past that Kedle. Eh? Yeah, but is it the same as is it in Mayfield? Mayfield. Yeah, what we are seeing here is that there was an additional request for a police station.
No, petition le baba ngayibhala from 2014 till to date. Kusho ukuthi bengimane ngilokhuza kuthiwa kuyenzani?
Yeah, this one says
Uyivuselele.
2017.
I beg yours.
The one that we have says 2017.
2017. From 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 till to date.
Yeah, maybe show it to Mama so that she can see what we are talking about.
Sorry, Mama. The one that we have, it was submitted on the 25th of November 2017. And in your submission, you only spoke about that Patfontein police station does not have transport. You never alluded to the fact that you are requesting a locusan. But it's something that, can I maybe just show you what we have before us?
Bengisacela uku-explain kancane baba.
Yeah, maybe let him show it to you, Mama, so that, because I want us to validate it. I don't want us to deal with something that you had not raised, you know, or the other things which are outstanding. So if you can just show it to her. Maybe if you can project it as well. Can we project it? Yeah? I want us to project it. I think it's going to be easier that way. Can we project it? Yeah. So we will project it as well. I'm sure you now see why it's important that we're asking petitioners to confirm. Ne? Because we don't want to distort anything. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we may either leave out issues that you will have raised, or might underrepresent you, or you may also overextend the petition itself. And the challenge comes about when we will have referred to the municipality. And when they give the report, there are certain aspects of what you will have extended that might not have been reported on. So we really just want to make sure so that we don't miss anything. Yeah, let's do it quickly. At some point we need to wrap up and then go for lunch. Okay? It's the 1st of September. Sprint day. So that's the actual. So that's the actual petition. If you can scroll down slowly. Yeah, Mbuli, come. We need to move. Because much of what I'm seeing there, it relates to some development projects. Housing development project. I think the one that we had recorded, Mama Ngom, it's the 2017 one. I see you've now given us the 2018 one. Where was this one submitted? Jamestown. Yeah, maybe it's the municipality. That is why we'll have missed it. Because we're in Joburg. So the one that we have, that you gave us, it's the 2017 one. And it's on that one that we referred to human settlement or to the municipality. But it's okay. I don't think it should be a train smash. What we can do, we will incorporate it. We'll make it an attachment of the first one. But it could be that the report might speak on the one that we had referred to them. And then if there's any outstanding issues which comes from the 2018 one, we will request the municipality to still follow up on them. Is it okay that way?
And then we are going to get the report back from you. When Masotho follow up, are we going to get a report back?
Yeah, no, definitely. Now I report of I work on reports.
Okay, ungasithembisi ke bese uhlala phansi njengalabo aba previous
I'm sure-
because always basithembisa into engayiphambili.
I'm sure, Mama, since we started, every department that has ever came here has presented a report. If anybody does not have a report, I don't entertain them.
No, I'm not saying ukuthi angeke ukwenze lokho. I'm saying sicela ukuthi njengaloku promise ukuthi you are going to give us a report back, do so because kuba previously they always bebeloko besipromise but bangaze benze next. I'm not saying you are not giving reports. So far,
Mama, I really look at a report, we'll share with you. We may not come back into this hall, but we'll share the report with you. I don't want to lie and say we'll come back next month. Remember, we're servicing the whole of Gauteng, so we move around. We've already done a First Loras Tembisa in Igurle, so we move around. Oh, I must come to Guatem. Yeah, no, I will, I know. Yeah? No, wait. I got my brother, we spoke to the Tembisa Community Forum. I know what I'm saying now. I get Ronawa here based on petitions that are sent to us. Let me explain something, and you must blame your own municipality. When you write the petition, There is what we call the Petitions Committee in Ikurle. It's a Section 79 committee. Ordinarily, the legislature should not be dealing with petitions related to municipal services. But we do that because we are aware that when there's a change in government, there's a lot of instability. So we even end up taking up petitions that relates to the municipality. Often at times people make the mistake of assuming that we are one and the same with the Municipal Petitions Committee. We are not. We are in the province. They work separate from us. You see, when we receive a petition about Tembisa, rest assured, there is no way we can dismiss that petition. It can never happen. You see, we are invested in every single petition that we receive. It's our daily job to consider petitions, daily. You see, and I said to you outside, because one way, I met with you just outside. I said, I am receiving the petition from the Tembisa Community Forum. We are going to deliberate on it as the committee, adopted format, because we are guided by a law, which is the Petitions Act. And when we have done that, we'll engage the relevant authority. We are going to do it. And then we'll also show a report with you. Rest assured. You see, earlier on when I spoke, you remember what I said when I spoke earlier? La Hopon. Kirile, we want to encourage the residents of Tembisa, main Tembisa, to write more petitions. Do you remember? Yeah, that is what I said. Because when we checked on our system, there wasn't much. So there were petitions from Ikurle. But we then thought, Tembisa, why is our quality petition? Let's go to them, encourage them to write more petitions. You see, that is why we use the Tembisa as the hosting venue. We will then request from the legislature, or at some point when we have done other areas, we go to Guatemala. I know at some point we're in Duduza, you know. Remember how we do these things? We target areas close, so it could be Duduza, Tsagane, Al Rapak, Danata, Niger, again. And then at some point we're in Foslo. I forgot who we targeted in Foslo. It was Foslo, I think Tongoza, Katleo, I forgot the other area. So we sort of do it that way because we're obviously not going to go into every single township. There are too many. Again, we're trying to cover as much space as we possibly can do. So rest assured, my brother, I already spoke to the other members of the forum who are going to take up this petition. So maybe let's get a response on the petition that we have referred to you, at least on the issues that Mama Vivian has raised. And then we'll still share with you the other attachments so that if there's any issues that were not responded to, you can then go back and look into them as well. And then we'll share a report with them. Where's the report? Do we have the report? Why am I always asking for the reports to be? Yeah, can we just have the report? So here's the report. If we can zoom it a bit, I want Mama Vivian to see it. Yeah. Please go up. Let's start from where it starts. Oh, this one is a summary. Okay. You will see it was signed by the what do you call HOD of Human Settlement. But where's the report? The main body of the report. Can you go back? That the bread, who's presenting it? Okay. If you can do that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, committee members, and the community. The community raised a number of issues, and I'm going to respond one by one. The first one is that, according to them, it was discovered that approximately 50 houses were built with low quality material and were not well constructed, as the houses have large cracks. The response of the department is that we assigned the housing liaison officers as well as the clerk of works to go back to the area and just check whether the allegations can be proved. What they found that is that all the mandatory inspections were done by the building inspectors, and then this project was enrolled under the NSBRC program. So there was not an issue of quality checks there. What could have happened is that if there are any houses that have cracks at this stage, it could be a situation of lack of maintenance. The second one is many beneficiaries of the development project in Extension 6 are not the intended beneficiaries. Chair, in regard to this one, the department is willing to share the list of all the approved beneficiaries. Remember that these beneficiaries are approved via the housing subsidy system. So the list of all the approved beneficiaries is available, and it can be shared with the petitioner, just to confirm that the people that were allocated the houses are actually the people that have been approved in terms of the housing subsidy system. The next one is that beneficiaries who do not have ID documents, which indicate that the allocation process was riddled with unscrupulous conduct by councillors, by officials. This system of the housing subsidy system cannot in any circumstances approve an applicant who does not have an ID. We don't know what could have happened there. However, we know that in most of our projects, Chair, is that once the house has been allocated to the approved beneficiaries, there is a tendency among some communities to sell these houses illegally to other people. There is also a situation where, because we operate in a dynamic environment, where people separate or they divorce. We have cases of late estates where people die. By the time you go there, the person who was allocated the house has passed on, and the surviving members of the family are the ones who would remain in the house. The next one is the issue of the task team that was established, and according to the allegation here, this task team was prevented to do its work by the developer. We could not find any evidence to this effect, Chair. The next one is that the developer is selling sites earmarked for community facilities. This matter was also investigated, and no evidence has been found in this regard. We also know, Chairperson, after the inspection that was done there, that in the neighborhood there is a sort of an informal area which the local people there refer to as Mangosuthu, informal settlement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Date Ratumbo. Mama Vivian, so that is the report, well, at least the first part of the report. Because on the petition that you will have submitted with Kurlen. Unfortunately, we did not have it. We will still have to refer it to them to consider it. But I've gone through it. It raises complaints about the ward councillor, completion of some of the houses, including illegal occupation, allocation of stands by the councillor. And then, yeah, so it raises a number of issues, including a need for a clinic, stormwater drainage, streets not graded, unfinished tar roads, contractor left without the knowledge of the community. So there's a number of those issues. We will have to send this one to the municipality for them to consider. But you know, let me tell you what worries me. You stay in extension 1. Yeah. And then there are issues which are being raised which relates to extension 6 and extension 7. Are you also staying in extension 6 and 7?
I'm not staying at extension 6, 7, and 8. Why I raised those issues, I was a ward committee by then. So, Zwankama challenges, now, they reported to me, and I have to report to the department, different stakeholders. That's why I've raised.
But was it a group we're trying to establish, because we're also limited in terms of the Petitions Act? If it's a group petition, there must be other signatures. But because this one comes with only your signature, and there's another one that says extension 1, we're a bit worried whether it was a mandate from the residents of extension 6 and 7.
Yes.
And whether there's any attachment. Because this one does not have an attachment. You know why we do that? Because other people, and we've seen this quite often, somebody writes a petition about multiple areas, and then they say, well, I had a mandate, but when you check, we can't find anything that sort of legitimates their mandate, you know? So we just wanted to check. Not necessarily that there's anything wrong in you flagging those issues, but whether there's any attachment of the signatures from the respective communities.
There was the attachment kulama lento SSA forward before. Remember, if you are a leader or you are a committee member, and then ama issues ezaguwe as lento committee, let me say what committee, maybe infrastructure, you have to deal with those issues. Bona babheke wena ukuthi lezo zinto zenzakale. If you don't, bezaguwe. That's why nga submita ilento ama challenges aphuma kibo.
And I get what you are saying. The only challenge is that when we receive reports, and it's only you in the petition, and you might be more familiar with the issues in extension 1, and not so much about whether there's been any interventions in extension 6, extension 7. And as you are rightly indicating, you are no longer a ward committee member, you know? So in us dealing with it would have assisted if we had somebody maybe from extension 6, extension 7, so that at a point when we receive a report, when we ask that person, is that what has happened since then? They can also give an account, you know? So those are some of the limitations that we have. So I think I would appreciate if you can also give us a copy of the signatures, so that we can also be able to contact any other person that might possibly assist us in getting the secondary report, because we're going to send this one, but it would assist if we've got an attachment of the signatures of people who can attest, but also follow up, you know, when reports are generated. Yeah, Tolan? Okay.
Okay.
So let's deal with this report, at least the one from 2017. and then the other one we can still follow up on. So they've presented a report. Are you happy with the report? Are there issues that you think they are fabricating? Any issue really?
I'm not happy.
So you may speak to it.
Ay, angijabulanga baba ngale report oyikhuluma. Yabona ezinye izinto ezenza ukuthi zifeyile my honorable Litswale. If you may check le petition ibhalwe ngo-2017 le oyitholile wena. Yet kunamanye abuya emuva. Izinto zireportwa ngaleso sikhathi zingenziwa ngaleso sikhathi. Bazenze ngesabi isikhathi. Ezinye izinto ezenza ukuthi kufaileke. Ezinye ezenza izinto ukuthi kube nama overflow. Sengiyabekisela nje. But if i-report bayithola ngaleso sikhathi, i-complaint bayithola ngaleso sikhathi and badila nayo ngaso leso sikhathi, ngaba sikho la manje, ngaba zenzekanga zonke lezi zinto ezenzakalayo. I-report anginikeza yona angijabulanga because ngempela siyesenza i-tour no former MMC u-Aubrey Nxumalo esesekwi-housing. Ngayo le complaint yezindlu ezibuildwe nge-material engekho right. From extension 1 to from extension 6, 7, 8 and 9. Le reportiwe vele bekunjalo kwatholakala ukuthi izindlu zinama cracks ziyawo. If I may recall kuze kwaba nomfana oye wazikhomita walungisa indlu yomunye ugogo. Ungizongicorrecta makube nginamanga. And enye into okhuluma ngayo othi ayisinjalo indaba yokuthi kulama stands ku relocate abantu abangama beneficiaries ekuyibo abantu bezindlu. Angithi usho kanjalo baba obuya kwi-housing. Ngiyakuphikisa futhi nalapho. Yebo ngiyavumelana nawe mawuthi idata ithi umuntu o-applyele leyo RDP uye wa-approve uyumnikazi wayo. But iphikisana nomuntu ophakathi endlini. Umuntu ophakathi endlini akusiyena lo laphaya kule data wena othi injalo. Masingaya manje sine crisis enkulu kabi extension 6, 7, 8 and 9 yabantu aba relocatwe kulezi zindlu engesiwona ama beneficiary. Abanye ababuyi even lapha eMayfield. Babuya kwezinye indawo esingazazi. Mina no Pule la iduze kwami sicishe saluza ilife yethu ngazo zona lezi zinto sithunywe yiyo i-department ukuthi siyo verify extension 6 lapho bekurelocate khona abantu abangasi right behambisana nayo i-housing abaye babanikeza ama relocation forms engisibona abantu balapha ya. Size saphuma ngokwegundwane lapha befuna ukusishisa bethunywa huyu official obuya kwi-housing department naye u-ward council kwindawo lapho kwamuva khona abantu kuyi-wetland but yena maseka questionwa uthi yena une right okwenza konke lokho. Ngiphikisa le report ke baba oza nayo la ayisinjalo leyo nto. Mina nawe namanye ama colleagues wakho nayo ama officials singathatha i-tour singene from door to door check ukuthi angeke sibathole na abantu abangasibona abantu balapha. Enye utheni futhi I'm sure ngizwe lapho kule engiziphendulile mhlambe khona okunye ukusalela.
Maybe present the report. Lona lenza rona, we know one nice. Show the report. Please show the report so that Mama Ngomo can see the report. So these are the other issues, Mama. On the screen.
Oh, he was also talking about a developer who's selling ama sites. You was talking of a developer. Ngizwanga kahle ukuthi developer kwenzakalani lapho. Mawungangiphindela.
No, through you, Honorable Chair. Kite u-developer. Kune statement lapha kuthiwa no. U-developer azanga anikeze le task team i-chance ukuthi investigate lama allegations we corruption ne maladministration. Asitholanga i-evidence bonisayo iyawakhona into enjalo.
I'm sure baye bahlanganisa izinto lapho because dini into ebesikhuluma ngayo i-extension 6 la kune wetland nase extension 5 lapho I developer iye yangayenzi handover. Remember extension 5 kunezindlu kade zaqedwe kwakhiwa lapha abantu abakatholi even nama title deeds and I developer izange iyenze I handover. So masiloko complain abasitshela nge developer ukuthi developer yonke into isese ku develop. Saze sa question nokuthi kunama stands awathengisile sanikeza lapho. I'm sure F number 17, 13, 18, 19, 1992, 2061, 2260, 2771, 3041, 3087, 3205, 3385, 3387, 3388, 3389 and 3390. Sifuna ukwazi ukuthi ngalama F numbers kwenzakalani because I developer yona iye yanikeza abantu esingazi ukuthi babuya kuphi and amanye wawo lama Fs it's ama business sites. Ekumele ku benefit abantu abahlala endaweni abantu abasendaweni yokuhlala not abantu ababuya kwezinye indawo. Yinto ebesikhulume ngayo thina le task team okukhuluma ngayo
Yeah, because you see that one that you have just raised appears on this petition that we have just received. All these stands. 3087, 3205, 3325, 3387. It's in this petition. So that one, the first one, you see the areas where it's highlighted or bold, made bold, it's what comes from the 2017 petition. So this one, we can still request them to go and look into. It's the issue around the illegal occupation, you are saying. Yeah. So we're going to give you this one that they break. So that you thoroughly investigate. Because maybe when you did the initial investigation, it was general. And so this time around, we have got specific addresses on this one. You'll have to look into this one against your beneficiary list or approved beneficiary list. You see? Yeah. And then what were the other issues? Do you still have any other issue, Mama, of concern that you think has not been responded to?
Besides leseng roads and transport clinic and police station.
Yeah, these ones will come here. They are in this petition.
Okay.
So maybe let's do this. I want us to do it this way, so that we have got a comprehensive report. At least we have got one part of the report. So this report in that bridge, we may have to update it. Ne? And we're going to give you this one. Unfortunately, we'll give you this one. Ngomo will also give us the attachments on the signatures and all of those things. So that you follow it up, because there are also complaints about the council. Is he still the council? That councillor, is he still there?
Yes, he is still there.
Okay. So complaints about the councillor, and then we look into other. And we missed an opportunity earlier because, on the police station, we had somebody there. On the clinic, we also had the people, responding on the clinic. So it would have assisted. But be that as it may, we'll still send them so that they give us an indication of, including streets. Okay, so this one is roads and stormwater. Yeah, so we'll follow up on this one. So let's come up. So we're immediately going to give you the petition. I want us to give you a bit of time so that you consider and do the investigations. Ne? What would be a reasonable time frame? I want you to put your necks on the block.
Chair, given the seriousness of the allegations, if you can give us 2 weeks, we'll be able to.
Come again?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yes.
So 2 weeks. So Mama, is 2 weeks okay? Can we allow them to go and investigate in the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
And then give us the second set of the report?
Yes.
Are we agreeable, members? Okay. So maybe let's do it in that fashion. So, yeah, it is, but we'll have to make a copy so that we also keep a copy for ourselves. So we'll send it via email. It's more formal that way. Who do we send it to?
Chair, if you can send it to me.
All right. Okay. So thank you very much. And so, Mama, let's do it that way. Mama Ngong, we will share with you the report, both of them, on all of these issues, including some of the comments that you have made for them to reconsider. Ne? Because in other areas you were not agreeable with them. So they'll have to go back and then update the report. Is that okay? Okay. So thank you very much. Let's deal with Mama Bule. Is there a report, Mama Bule? I want to see something quickly. Or is it answered by Mama Bule? Do you feel as if you were partly responded to in the issues that?
Chairperson,
Yes.
ke nagana gore nna ka arabiwa.
Okay.
Because now on my petition, ne ke ngotse ka di storm drain, the potholes, and corruptions, ya di project.
So I'll tell you, this one, Mama Bule, speaks about roads affected by heavy rains, flooding, and the lack of drainage systems, as well as potholes. And then she alleges that service delivery in their community is riddled with corruption, as the municipality constantly appoints the same contractors, as he has the indirect interest in the company and the ward council. Who is it Fanias? There's a spelling. Mashala.
Correction, it's Stenias.
Oh, Stenias.
Stenias Mashala.
Is involved in the execution of projects in the community. As per our account, the municipality does not inspect nor oversee the implementation of projects. So maybe you can assist in responding to the different parts, but most of it relates to, in fact, as I see it, the state of the roads as well as corruption as it relates to the projects in the community. Am I summarizing it?
Yes.
Prop. Okay. Do we have an account?
An account for what? Okay.
Report this one.
Yeah, this is my report.
Okay. So maybe just speak to it.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Good day again, Chairperson, committees, and my Honorable Chief as well, and the community at large. I would like to bring it to your attention, Chairperson, that we've received a lot of petitions from the area of Mayfield. This is not the only one that we've received, and then the response that we've just crafted here, it actually covers some of the petitions that we've received as well. And with regard to the rain or stormwater that is damaging the areas, I just want to bring it to the attention of the petitioner and everyone in the House at large to take a note that nowadays, due to the global warming issues, we are experiencing floods. And these floods is not what the municipality or any legislation give a provision for design for. In terms of the design guidelines, the municipality can only cater for the minor storm, and then for anything that is over the minor, which is a major storm, we are talking of the events that are happening probably once in 50 years or once in 100 years. those ones, they run over land because you can't put any flood inside a pipe. That is something you must take a note of. And due to this global warming that has came, unfortunately, those kind of heaviest rainfalls are occurring at all times. But nevertheless, with regard to the implementation of the streets and roads within the area of Mayfield, we would like to report that since from 2018-2019 financial year till last financial year, we've implemented the following streets. We've implemented, meaning we've done the design and the construction. We've implemented Kanya, Street Hapa, Snake, Mbila, Giraffe, Lengwana, Kurula, Pala, and Leruarua streets. Those are all streets in Mayfield, Ward 96. And the department is currently in a process of designing the Brown Street and Brazil Street for this financial year. And the area has also resurfaced. During the last financial year, we've resurfaced Lorry Street. And for this financial year, actually, let me not say this financial, let me say on the 30th, which is about 2 days ago, we've resurfaced Tembisa Street. Yes, we've resurfaced Tembisa Street. Okay, and we've also issued an IPW, instruction to perform work for the areas, for that area in particular to address the issues of potholes. Thank you.
Pule.
Thank you, Chairperson. Official, re community. Let's go bapalanga rena se belief. Tembisa li thomile last week. Tembisa. And all those streets, tse ding tse o bolelang ka tsona. A le so etse next mo tsona. And Chairperson, ke kgopela ho botsisa gore if project e tla go community or in your area, e appointwa ke mang? Because rena le bana ba bo rena ba ileng gore a ba bereki. It's so sad ha ile gore project e tswa ko e tswang teng e tla ka batho ba ileng gore ba tlo bereka. That's why go bana le di loophole mo. And a gona inspector e tlang e tlo checka batho ba wa ba bereka. So Chairperson, ke kopa batho ba tlogele go bapala ka di resources tsa states. Because now we are fed up. Gona ba neng o kentse di skontiri tsa di balang di ko rural area. Gona le dintlo tse leng gore di place tse leng gore di allocated go extension 6, 7 and 8. Ha di na di tar road. O tlo tsenya di tar road ko mekhukhung mo e leng gore a gona development e right, Chairperson. So our councillor na since ka mgcina ke tsebena go votiwa. Even the last time, people are happy, it's spring. There are going to be a lot of rains and floods. Rona re tshogile. Dintlo tsela di awa. Di a re wela dintlo tsela. What must I be happy gore ke krele RDP, but at the end of the day I'm not happy. How tshwanetse boshigo pula ena, ke a emella ke emisa ntlo. Dan go tshwana le gore ke sale ka mo inside mokhukhu mos. So the officials are on. Don't sit in your offices. If there's a project in the community, come and observe. Because at the end of the day, little tola challenges. Go to Tembisa now. Because in after 2 weeks again, we'll be facing the other challenges. Bapecha the pothole. But the way by the pechanka I can say that thing is not scontir. So it seems after 2 weeks, thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson, before you can,
Mama Vivian, I get re
no,
deala ka Mama Pule. Wa itse ke batla re tseng. A ke re mama re o file sebaka. A ke batla re busetse meeting ko morago. A re deale ka e pele because a re ka etsa ya re o e senya.
No,
Re lo
I
senya,
want to ask him because
Mama Ngomo ro senya.
mababa ngicela ungilalela ungizwe uzoza ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani. Ngiyamuzwa ukhuluma ngestrato party there is this street ekudala ibudget yakhona yaphuma. Angimuzwe imention lapha iAK47. People were removed there.
Mama Vivian, I get another deal I in the petition. I don't want us to do that. Because the moment I allow you to do that, I might as well allow everybody, to say, hey, why so I don't want us to do that. So let's not do it. I get a chance, and I want to give a motopel. We feel a chance, 45 minutes. I can't feel a bail. So, redila gaya mepule. Ndada Bradley, this thing here is ke mepule mon. Ena le bonnete nyana at some times. Or na go ngwe di pothole tse. Dia TV the next month it resurfaces. Which is a big problem. So maybe you might want to give us a sense about what is the thought plan to rehabilitate these roads in a more sustainable fashion. Because this is what Mepule is, and it also borders on corruption because when a service provider is appointed to do work, the expectation by the community is that because those monies that he's earning are from a taxpayers, the work must be qualitative. And the sense that we often get is that either there's no oversight by the municipality, there's no, the inspectorate function of assessing the quality of the work is compromised. And that is why these things they keep on resurfacing. They keep on resurfacing. So my choice is quite spot on, but why can't we just do work in a qualitative fashion? Read, or you know what, this road is going to last us for the next 20 years. So you sort of do internal controls around the management of your resources so that they are utilized maximum. Because you do one street 5-8 times, whereas you could have covered more other streets. So I really sympathize with that specific view. But I also wanted to check because it's in the petition. How are we dealing with the monitoring and evaluation of projects? One of the things which comes with the regulations, preferential procurement regulations, although we know it's currently being reviewed, it's the issue of local content. In an era where there's a joblessness, you would expect that when there's an opportunity coming into a community, it must also recognize, people who have got the necessary ability to assist in the implementation of the project. And I want the community to understand. I really take anybody and appoint them. It must be people who can demonstrate or they are qualified, they've got the necessary documentation to render those specific a project. Why can't we coordinate that to be the case? And then the issue of the council, it might have to be kind of what happens is there must be a formal complaint lodged. So maybe speak to all of those issues, including the issue of the complaint that is raised against the council and him or her potentially acting in cahoots with some of the problematic elements there. Sure.
Okay, thank you for the comments and inputs. I think we tried to address the issues that were raised in the petition, and then the issues that are being brought now are more of new issues. However, in terms of the monitoring of the projects that are being carried out, we do have the contractors that are on the ground, and then we do have the consultants that are the engineering consultants to do the monitoring. And then us as the municipal officials, we are not there on day-to-day to do the monitoring, but the consultants are there on day-to-day basis. And then us, when we go out to the sites, we do go randomly.
What worries me, and I've always questioned you, I don't want us to philosophize. When we say we've got recruiters, where are their reports? When we say we're doing monitoring and evaluation, where is the report? Because when we send this petition and it says corruption, surely in order for you to be able to disprove those allegations, we needed to have a tangibles. Because if we just say we've got recruiters, what if the recruiters are problematic themselves? Or what if those who are responsible for monitoring and evaluation turn a blind eye? Because they can easily do that if they're incentivized to do it, you know? So above those, what other mechanisms do we have to make sure that projects are run smoothly and that there are no criminal elements within those projects?
Okay, to address one of the component or one of the components that you raised earlier on the recruiting process, as you were saying, there are some people that have been recruited incorrectly. So for each and every project that is kickstarting, we, first of all, the representative of the ward, 96 in particular, when you enter into the ward, first and foremost person to be communicated is the ward councillor. And obviously, each and every project will have a community liaison officer. And us as a department, we... Yes. Yes, yes.
Beneficiaries, you know? So, apart from the ward council,
yes,
every project will have a project steering committee. Yes. And ordinarily you will wonder that it's led by people who are coming from that community. Yes. Then you will appoint a community liaison officer. Who is that person? Is he coming from that community? You know? Then you will have other people by Rona, I do bricklaying. Do we have a database of those people coming from the community? Another one might say, you know what, I do paving, I do roofing, I do plumbing. Where do we have a report on all of these people? And it was going to be easier. Look, it was going to be easier to rebut the allegations of corruption when we have got that report in that fashion. Okay. Do you think you can get it for us?
Yeah, with the comments obtained from the committee and as well as the petitioners, we can, obviously the records of who is the ward councillor, who are the community liaison officers, the steering committee in totality, we can be able to provide that information.
Yeah, because Mama Joyce and comfort. Whoever person has been appointed there, and we're not trying to be unreasonable. Obviously, when a project comes into a community, it doesn't mean you can't hire other people from other areas. It doesn't mean that. But there should be some fair representation of the economic participation by people who that project is within their area of residence. I'm not so sure whether you understand. You see? I mean, I get how all of them. There may be other things, hey man, you know what? At least you know bricklaying, maybe roofing. It might not be every board, but there must be a demonstration or a community. That is what we are looking at. You see, that is what we are looking at. Is it a fair, I hope I'm not misrepresenting you.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are correct. But in our area, Ward 96, it's a different ward. Mola re bokgosi mola. Councillor wa rona anya go bereka le steering committee. Asinyake at all. If ever there's a project, re tlo bona ka mswane batho se ba bereka. He doesn't even call a public meeting. Simple thing. Since again, it's for the second term now. But
Ke Mashala?
yes.
Okay.
Habiti public meeting. And na as Tumipule, I'm the CPF chairperson. Ki mukupile ka re councillor, ki kgopela re berekisane. If we go to the community, let's go together. Because some of the questions that service deliver, di nyaka wena, ha nyaka o bereka le batho. Thank you.
Sorry, Lega. Okay, I'm councillor. Eh? Yeah, marona le me o mong ke mmegere. Ke ward mine. Eh? Oh, ole kwa ko 13. Okay, my apologies. I made a mistake. Ne ke re mo tsentsenyana ka mara grilling. A re tlhalosetse mo.
Mboni.
O a se. Wa mitsi ntate Mashana. Ke colleague ya o, wa ile sa buile. Wa utlwa ke ra se rena di tlamela. Eh? Yeah, I mean, Mukanzela o tsonya bona. Wa iponela ke re ntate Khavel. So it's okay. Ntate Rathumbu will explain the process on how to lodge a complaint. I get it. Because these councillors are also accountable to their political parties and so on. So it might need to be raised at that level as well. Okay. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, just one last comment is that the issues that the petitioner is raising right now are the issues that were not reflected onto the petition itself. And then those issues, they are not being dealt with by the Department of Roads and Stormwater. Those issues are being dealt with the Speaker's office. So in this case, if there are allegations like these ones that have been raised just now, then on the next setup of this nature, the Speaker's office should be present to address those kind of issues, because us as the department, we've got a process on how we operate. The entry point to the ward is the councillor.
But what do you mean these issues are not in the petition? You are confusing me because we have just presented a summary, it's there.
Yeah.
Then the issues of corruption.
If we don't have a report on it, let's say, you know what, let's go back and investigate. Because the issue, and that is why I mispronounced it. Initially I said it's a Francina, but it's there, so I've got it. And I'm very meticulous. I don't toy around when it comes to reports, including documents that are before the committee. So it's there, that issue. And that is why I was saying that the Rathumbu must advise on the process. But we know that there's also a political process, you know, where the councillor that has been deployed by a particular political party will have to account. Isn't it that you have got a whippery system in council? So the chief whip of that particular political party might have to consider this issue. But if the councillor misbehaves himself or herself in the conduct of executive duty, then the speaker must then, you know, a complaint must be lodged with the speaker. So I thought we would deal with it that way. Issue ne ke nyaka re deal ka yone ya di pothole, you know, le di drainage systems. Or are we fixing these potholes? What is the plan? And I know you might not be responsible for drainage systems, but can we then cross-refer to our colleagues Stormwater so that they also pick up on these issues? Otherwise, it might affect the work that you are doing. So if you can just sum up on the issue of the pothole and then give to Ndate Brett.
Okay, thank you. We've highlighted in our report that we've issued an instruction to perform work, which means the contractors and the consultants that have been appointed by the city, we've just appointed them recently, hey? I think this financial year. Yeah, starting from July, that's when they started to be active. And then we've...
So they are on the ground?
They are on the
Okay.
ground as we speak.
They are on the ground.
Yes.
We just need to monitor them to make sure that whatever that they are doing is sustainable, it's qualitative. I get why you try, Joyce. Maybe, you know what would work? I'll tell you. It's if you regularly interact. You know when you interact with communities, you allay their anxieties and fears. Yeah, so if you can designate somebody who from time to time interact, so that you are also comfortable with the work that the service provider does. And I know, I mean, at other stages there are assessments, but it would assist if there's an organic interaction with the community. So if you can do that, I'm sure that one is not difficult. I'm happy that there are people on the ground, but we just need to monitor them, you know. Because it's about how much the shortcut or Amzala, it's again. And then it's and then it washes off. And if you're on a clock and the drainage, that time, especially because when it's unsafe, it's over a protracted period of time, it clogs the drainage system. So quality works. And then you also need the caps. You need caps for stability. Because now heat. You know, ya patal. Ndate ratumbu. Arthalo se mebulore processor swanza follow again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mepule, if you have a complaint against a ward councillor, the correct procedure is that you must approach the office of the speaker and lodge a formal complaint, whereby the office of the speaker will investigate and provide you with feedback.
Chairperson,
I want to give you the name of the speaker. What means?
It was Patricia Kumalo by then.
No,
Even Lechong is Izwe, Ritwakoyena, Chief Whip.
I would offer speaker.
Okay, one no.
Tabiseng Chivenga. Again, even I look complain Mugwan, Tabiseng Chivenga.
Maybe the recent one will assist.
Yeah, Scania Mamoya.
Hey?
So, Bona, Arfele, let's go to Mepuli. Report to Angori. There's work already underway. You are confirming it?
Yeah, Tembisa Street.
You just need to monitor.
Yes.
Okay. So are monitoring again, including the community. Our system put to monitor those that are coming from this area. Or if there are any shoddy things that are happening, you alert us again. So okay. Thank you very much. Let's leave it at that. And then, what is it? Okay. So thank you very much. Let's step off that one. Why isn't that the Maslang? That the Maslang, okay? That the Maslang in the Ruba Atlam. Mare, Recreile Butata Volo, Okopanel again. We want to apologize. So here's where we are. We have got your report. Can you flag the report under the Matlanya quickly? I want him to see it. But we don't have the person who's going to present it. No? Eh? No, they were not here. Oh, when am I? Oh, Swisso Toile. Okay, so Rabatla unke molanza o ufite sekontate Maslang. So we have got his report, ne, on the issues that he has raised. Do you quickly want to read it?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. The report with regard to services in Rudekop, the responses from the municipalities that the stormwater and tar roads project are a new capital project that has been budgeted for. The budget process is done via the IDP through. Can you just scroll up, because I'm unable to see due to e-picture interpretation. No, from the top, so that I can read. Yeah, these projects are budgeted for. The budget process is done through IDP and the Ward Council and the Ward Committee for Private. Therefore, no budget is allocated. Petitioners are advised to engage with the Ward Council to include the new roads they require in the IDP for prioritization. The department is implementing projects emanating from the IDP. Chair, this is the report, and noting the fact that there is no one from the municipality talking to the report. It will also be shared with Ntate Joanna. Will then share it with him, so that, because I'm observing that he's taking pictures, like Papa, so that you then take it back. Thanks.
Yeah, so Retlo share this report, you take it back to Ntate Mahlai. If he's not happy, he must revert back to us. We'll facilitate an interaction with the relevant department. Ne? Yeah, grab the mic.
Oh, yes. So he only raised that issue. There's no other issue on the petition.
These are the only issues that he had raised.
There's, just want to check.
Come again?
Can you go up? What was the issue?
Can you take it up?
Stormwater drains and tar roads. So that was the only thing. Just stormwater drains and tar roads. We don't even have other issues that are listed here.
Yeah, but where is the, yeah, there's another issue of electricity. I think this one was responded to, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
you
so.
You spoke on this one.
Yeah, the electricity, I think it was a little bit
Yeah,
shorted.
so where's the report on electricity? Because this one so there's somebody to deal with it, but how we think we should approach it, we'll give you both of the reports.
Okay.
Ne? And then Ntate Mahlaya must go and consider them. If he's not satisfied with how they've responded, he must then alert us. We are going to facilitate an interaction with the relevant department from the municipality on the issues that you will have raised. Yes, Wagan?
Yes, Wagan.
Okay.
Yes,
So maybe let's do it in that fashion. I know we also have got a report on electricity. We received it. We'll just have to share with you and Ntate Mahlaya.
Okay, just one more question.
Sure.
If we want to raise the issues of sports facility, because abantwana bethu abadlali babulawa inyawo.
Yeah, you will have to submit a new petition.
Okay.
Because it was not in the principal petition. But you can have a conversation with the chairperson of sports, arts, culture, recreation outside.
Okay.
And then maybe he can advise you on a process that you should follow. You are fortunate that we've got somebody from that portfolio committee. Okay. So thank you very much for that. I think that brings us to the end of all the petitions that we received, isn't it? Because we follow protocol, and I'm not sure, Ndabezita, whether you may want to have something to say as we close. Maybe as we close, we give you an opportunity to address Umpagat. Okay, so let's give Ndabezita.
Good kubuseduze nami ngibambe isandla. Ngithi bambe isandla ucishe ufana umfana omncane upanyaza lisufi. Ukuthi ngiyacabanga nje ukuthi uthunywe uye uzosebenza kahle njoba kuyaqala ukukhuluma. Let me say something to you, all of you lapha ngaphathi holweni. Mina nginkosi sigcwele ibhekizizwe ngema. I was deployed by Silo Uzwelithini from KZN. Ngibuka abantu bakhe abala kule ndawo. Ngempela ngaphinda futhi no Mrs Zulu uphinde wenza same thing wanginikeza lelo lungelo njengalelo thi ngwenza umsebenzi ngoba ngwenza kahle umsebenzi wakhe akazi angisisilo ngile yankosi ya deployer ngathi ngoba nakho yakonjeya ubaba usekhothembe bese ngithi washiya mina cha aze ngishiye lapho. Ngiyajabula kakhulu ukuthi nize lapha eTembisa nizolalela abantu bathini niphinde futhi nizame ukuthi nibanikeze ithemba lokuthi bhekwapi. Kodwa nje ngizubhlungu kancane ngoba amanye ama stakeholders asephumile hamba. One, amaphoyisa abekhona la bengithi ngizoba namazwi kuba behleli njengathi. Amaphoyisa nakuhambi kahle absolutely. Because kufa abantu la ekhaya ngikhuluma la eTembisa kufa abantu abaningi abantu bethu mabefila abantu akuzinyathela kufika kuhlale induna zethu hlala lapha igathi idumbu kuze kusasa ekseni kube imabe befika bezolanda isidumbu. There's no one ukuthi lo useboshiwe ngoba wenze ilokhuzi murder ePettisbam. Abantu baphathi iBham nje ngokuthanda kwabo bahamba noma kuphi babulala abantu. Kusiphathe kabi lokho uma khona amaphoyisa. La izansi la ngase muwela mlambo kunamaphoyisa ipolice station enkulu esingazi isebenza umsebenzi uma kuzofa abantu eduze kwayo kungeze kulutho lapho. Lokho ngiyakhala ngiyajabula ngoba nikhona nilalele nonke. Okwesibili engikhala ngakho ngikhala ngokuthi ngempela uma nikhona ningabantu kukhona abantu endaweni akumelanga abantu beshaya utoyitoyi kushiswa ikontiere njengoba nibona kunama potholes angaka kungenxa yani yesimo sokuthi abantu abalalelwa yilabo bantu ababalidayo. Hle sizomfakazela baba. Uma thina besibeke kanje ukuthi njengoba sikhona ucancel uyosebenza neinduna zakhe esewudini yakhe. Noma beyaphi labakhona bahamba bonke ukuze bebuye befakazelana ukuthi cha ngempela siyile eJimmiston lapha na kulokhuze ku council chamber safesa khuluma kanje ngempela imali yale ward sinayo imali engaka. Esizokwenza 1 2 3 noma okanye ke sikhulumisane sisewodini ukuthi ikuphi okokuqala singakwenza. Is what I've done elisedi. Ngoba siwemndisa king nabo Juda Mbele nabo bonke abantu besebenza nabo. Ku council chamber besihlala sonke ndawonye sixoxa even today. Mabe ngibona ngiqhamuka kubo bayajabula ngoba akazi bekhona toyitoyi ngesikhathi nisahlala elisedi. Akazi. Konke esesikwenza sesikhuluma ndawonye bese sibiza umhlangano collectively. Stadium sakhona eRathanda sifike sikhulume nabantu ukuthi yilokhu nalokhu okudingwa ngabantu yilokhu nalokhu okungakenzeki okuzokwenzeka yilokhu nalokhu. Uqala utoyitoyi sengihambile eRathanda uma siqalwa izinto sebenza izinto ezingekho endleleni. Kodwa namanje uma sifika sihlala phansi nidlala phansi nabo siyabonisana kahle nalabo bantu kodwa ekuruleni cha abangihloniphi. Ake ngibeke besobala lokho. Ngani yosisebenza eGauteng yonke Mr Chairperson. Kodwa eGauteng ngathi iYoti region isub-region engihlonipha ngathi region isidibeng konke lapha emfuleni. Mangifika sikhuluma khona sikhuluma nabantu balalela ukuthi sifuna ukuthini abantu kuze bengenzi ukuthi kwenzeke lokho nalokho kodwa sekuyenzeka manje ngoba ngisayakho lapho abasalele umuntu. Uma kuzoze kulandwe ilokhuzi kube nama-petition afana lawa it's not necessary. Abantu bakhala ngomsebenzi labakhala ngayo i-contract ifuna ngabe uzana 30% yabantu bakhe abane-experience bezosebenza befike benikeze skills endaweni mabuqeda neze skills kusala abantu be-skills and then labo bantu baleyo ndawo abokuyo because u-70% funeka ube ngwendawo ilabor yonke as a whole angithi yilokho kufuneka ngabe kuyenzeka akwenzeki-ke lokho because kune-nepotism nazonke lezo zinto ey'njengalezo la ngihlala khona ngihlala eDanota sibhadela imali eningi kakhulu ngikhuluma ngogesi ugesi sibhadela lapha 3,000 nemali ngenyanga ngaphandle ukubhadela ama-rates akhona ngaphakathi ngikhuluma ngamanzi nani but ngendlela esihlala ngakhona ubona nje sekwenzeka izinto kimi endaweni yami engihlala kuyo angithi Lapha masibiza abantu nje sikunemicimbi abekho abantu abangaphansi kwe-2,500 kuya ku-3,000 abantu abafikayo lapha. Kumphatha kabi ke lokho ngoba uhulumeni wethu lapha kule ndawo uhulumeni wethu la akangilekeleli kodwa ngineqiniso lokuthi seziyenzeka izinto uma sekungena ubhanyeze lisufi. Because indoda evama ukugijima from ku-Department of Education and Training bekuthi makumoshekele into esikolweni bangathumela amaphoyisa begijima yena naleyo van ukuthi eze shock lezi uyazirecover zonke zibuya back. Sure njengoba kulaleli parliament lihleliwe namhlanje la ngiyazi ukuthi uyena olithumile and then uzofuna ama-report aphelele. Ngiyamtusa kakhulu amntwana lo, hayi ngoba nize kube Tembisa, but yonke indawo la isebenze khona usebenza very clean. And umuntu ohlonipha kakhulu umsebenzi wakhe owenza sure ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe uzokwenzeka. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ubaba benikeza chance long time ago ngaba akekho uhulumeni lo khona omaqembu kule province because of bamncisha ithuba bangabikho abantu abaresponsible abangenendaba. Kunabantu abafuna inkence la ababekwayo abadeploya kule province. Lokhu siphathe kabi kakhulu kodwa ngiyajabula ukuthi usafike ngelast minute sekomoshakela into eziningi. Asazi noma kolunga na kodwa ngifuna ukuthi ngeke kulunge ngoba nyamazi lo mfana unamandla, umfana ukwazi ukwenza izinto zenzeke. Ngisho ukuthi ke konke lokho ngabe kuyinto eyenzekelayo before abantu belwe. Kuba sibambisane ngomsebenzi, sibambisane ngendlela sifuna sibambisane ngayo. Lokhu ngizokusho benginaye eRapaki ngajabula kakhulu ukuba naye, benginaye eJabulani lapha eJabulani M38 eSoweto ngijabule kakhulu ukuba naye. Ngoba ngiyamazi ukuthi manje izinto ziza ukhuluma iqiniso la ngempela. Ekugcineni noma sekuyinyanga enye kodwa madoda bengithi sikulungise futhi lokho. Ake sithi ke njengoba singamakhosi ngisebenzela endlini akumelanga ngabe kuyenzeka lokho. Nikhona abaholi angithi. Ukuboleka umuntu umhlaba nje umncane umboleka ukuthi asebenzele khona ungamnikezanga angithi. Lokho kulungile. Sibhalile incwadi eziningi sayiphelela kini kuma department wenu. Absolutely, we are nothing. I'm going to agree. We are Kempton Park, Yonkeland, Jamestown. You always talk lie to us. Sizakwenza konke sinenzele singoba nisebenza nabantu lokho ngiyokureport ngicela nirepotele kumholi phezulu ukuthi ngempela laba holi abakhona la they are not capable ukuthi bekwazi ukusiza icommunity ebahlala kuyo. Uma kule-electwa ucouncil u-electwa ulokhuze u-president noma ubani uthunye ngabantu sino akayithatha mandate yakhe ufuna uthatha mandate ayithatha kubantu because uthunyelwe ngabantu ukuthi makuba representer kulokhuze kwi-South Africa as a whole. Kodwa uma sefika ethi cha umthetho uthi obhale uye nabangani bakhe abathize. Remember kuningi ku-constitution okungasijabulisi. Kuningi kakhulu even unenkinga ukuya lapha le-constitutional court ufuna kube ne-advocate. You're not supposed to have that. Uma umunhlalo eSouth Africa uyokhala ngamalungelo wakho aphathelene nawe. So thank you very much. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kodwa zamani ukuthi ukwenza ama follow up kuzo zonke izinto zenzayo ukuthi ngempela kuyenzeka lokho. Ngiyanicela bobaba asingasebenzele endlini singamakhosi phethe abantu. Siyamcela nisiboleke nje isiganga. Sebenzelani la so ukuthi mase sesidinga lela langa sisebenze kuso. Ngicela okwesithathu kokugcina. Sicela itracker ukuthi siyolima angithi ngoba iprovince ithi limani nithola ukudla kuqhamuka phansi neganga eningi abantu basekuruleni. Sakane uma before multi peoples Mandela Street kunesiganga esikhulu esikudla equal breeze. Imasishaba leyo. Ninqaba nazo anifuni ngazo. Kunamatrekeli wenu amileyo lapha na elokhuzane Springs lapha babiza lento ne auctionela amabhuno. I'm sorry to say that. Abelungu. Ukuba nithathe lokhu nikunikeze abantwini laba ababhadala ama services ukuze bakwazi ukuphila emhlabathini lo engakawusebenzisi uqhutsheke kudliwe nikwazi ukuthenjwa nihlonishwe nezwe yonke into. Niyangizwa nthini? Ilahleka inhlonipho kubantu benhlangano yethu ebusayo. Ngabe ngiyakhuluma kodwa ngikhuluma ngoba lokho izokhuluma ngakho kuzoba nzima. Salahlelwa amathuba amaningi sigijima kolisaka yonke le ndawo ku-Africa as a whole. Nani sebancane ke mhlawumbe kwesikhathi. Sesofika ko-Angola silande izinto zokusiza abantu bala ngoba bengenazi into iziza kusebenza zokuthi bedile ngamabhunu. Uyayibona iRabasotho le ikuyavandalizwa ngesikhathi se-apartheid sizama ukuterminate amandla ohulumeni uhulumeni we-apartheid regime. iTembisa ke abamnyama le bengihlala eMthambeka lesi sikhathi yabamnyama iTembisa ingaseserviswa nothing because engekho imali emabhoneni ukuthi beqhubeke nalo babe busy betshontsha lokho kusele baningi abantu abafile bafela lelizwe kodwa banganakiwe namhlanje baningi omama la abangasenangana ngendaba yokuthi bafa belwela izwe abanganayo ibenefit mina thina we bought our own izindlu ngemali yethu aze sinikeze uhulumeni nothing but sasigijima ku-MKMVA senziningi ziningi into esayithwala zokusiza izwe leli lase South Africa ngaphandle koMatole kwafa abantu bakithi koMalawi kuTanzania ngoyibala angithi njalo koBotswana eswazini besingedluli ke khona ngoba odle khona boboshwe ubuselwa zobulawa. Thank you Mr Chairperson. Kubhlungu kakhulu mangibuka abantu besafa balwela lelizwe kodwa few individual nempimpi ezazikhona zithi usibani siyamazwi lapha ya angithi yabo ake ngitshela ngokuyana babukuyana uthi eTembisa Residents Association sasithatha information from eyayiphuma komure bengamakhansela benomthibe ngangasebenza nabo ngangezange ngizosebenza ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi bakhuluma ngani ukuze ngithathe information nginezokuyana ukuze sikwazi ukuyilungisa kahle bandla kwethu ngiyabonga
Bongithi.
Inkosi Mbusise singiyahamba.
Ayete. No, thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Ngesilungu bathi when royalty has spoken, no other person must say anything. So thank you very much. Lunch is served.